and you should be going.
Okay. Welcome back to Mists of Modhur, a bright and tight adventure. Still feels a little silly saying it the full way like that, but previously we went back in time several centuries back from our normal campaign where we got we are getting a chance to see what happened to the often mythologized, I don't know, mythologized and spoken about Modher, the far distant western point of the shallow ocean, perpetually frozen, frozen in perpetual blizzard. Oh, I'm starting off great today. All right, nowhere to go but up. So we,
Hey, you missed all of my line flubs. It's fine.
yeah, but I'm the one doing the opening narration. So, we met our crew as they were dispatched by their employers, the Prism Syndicate, off to recover some loose cargo, or discover what happened to a missing ship and recover its cargo if possible. We had the crew of JJ, the swashbuckling, fast-talking rogue. The I shouldn't have to go look at the list of names. Just know what you are all.
New names. It's fine.
Yep. There was Erdrin, the halfling from the jungle surrounding Kolezar, the home of most of you, clad in beetle chitin and joined by Wilbur the beetle. There was Kita, the Haruto sorcerer. There was Grund, the
Everyone's favorite.
Vile. Everyone's favorite, the Vile. And his hench ghoul, Gloop. And we can't forget Krill. Dear Krill. What a Krill's a dangerous crab man.
Really is.
Kind of scared me during the combat. Like, oh, I'm gonna have to consider this crab. Consider the crab.
Touch people. Don't let him touch people. Fine. It is a very obvious weakness. Don't let him touch you.
Not touching you.
You don't want to play tag.
No, he doesn't give up tag. He kind of just keeps.
So, as you were saying, you all were given a tarot card reading from the first mate of the, I think it was the Lucky Chimera? No. Can't remember what the ship you're on. But I should have looked for it up and ruin my flow. But anyways. Oh yeah, it was just the cockatrice. Your card readings, some of them were a little more ominous than others, some more accurate than others, and how they could be interpreted for how and what they meant to you. Some of the faces even changing between users or participants. But finding the sunken ship, the Sun's Pride, that was it. You discovered the crew missing, no signs of combat or struggle, the ship seemingly adrift and running aground. But it did seem that scavengers had been through, pilfering what could be picked up and carried away of use. Following the trail of debris and a magical tracker that you were given by your boss, JJ, you tracked down the cargo where it had been stashed inside a seaside cave that seemed to be the home of a coven of hags. Betty Salt-Dabbled, Joyce Stitchhands, and Lizzie Gristle Giggle. They seemed pleased to have a gentleman caller, not usually having people show up here unless they're washed ashore half dead. But through some really good rolls and some magic, the rest of the group was able to sneak in despite their and some other perceptions, until combat was initiated. As JJ, you took one step too far and were swallowed up by a clam. But dealing with the hags and their pets, a dead man's clam and a cloaker, you managed to recover the cargo, which seemed to be a large, very large crate, constructed around a large block of cut ice, seemingly from the frozen south. But we left off with looting the hags. Lizzie seemed to get away, becoming ethereal after it seemed, or not returning to being ethereal after it seemed that her sisters were thoroughly dealt with by the group. And you returned back to the ship as we left off. I believe Kita, you were telekinetically using a ring found on one of the hags to carry the crate up the cliff and into the ship.
Yeah.
But
I got a vast rig.
Yep. Honestly, most of you probably could have just stood on top of the crate and just airbust over. Well, it's a big block of ice. It would probably float too. So.
Yeah, but it'd be cold though.
Yeah.
It would not be comfortable.
Ah,
East.
they heard me.
Must you?
She must, Kelly.
Meow. So, you have returned to the ship with your cargo intact, Captain Thorpe, the branch elf. Yeah, I didn't realize the acronym for Miss of Modhur was MOM until I wrote it out.
It's fine.
Well, I'll be calling for Mom before we're done.
I mean, that ended up being like a big secret plot reveal in the Spawn comics. There's a guy named Man of Miracles, but it turns out he was literally the mother of creation. I don't know. It gets wacky during the apocalypse stuff. Anyways.
Yeah, I remember that.
So you're back on the ship. Captain Thorpe is pleased. Is like, well, that seemed to didn't take long at all, and you all made it back intact. Wonderful. Although you kind of squint, seeing that some of you are a little scuffed up. Because I'm guessing there were some scavengers, salvagers.
Tags.
Oh, lovely. Did you get them all?
Looks at
Yeah.
JJ.
I believe at the end of the session, I don't blame you because we were trying to wrap things up as soon as possible. It's like, yeah, it was conveyed we recovered the package, but we had to take it from some hags, and not all of them were killed.
Okay, then we should set sail immediately because I have heard enough stories about spiteful hags. Let's go. And he starts shouting at the crew, and he kind of gives you guys a look. It's like, you can get out of here faster if you help, kind of look. But
Oh yeah,
Soon
no, I
enough.
used my new ring to help.
oh, and he sees you start like moving lines and pulling things without touching. And he goes, "Oh, that's fancy."
Yeah, I'll start helping with whatever he can help with.
So with helping out with the crew and stuff, you get set sail, get the packages sorted and stored in the cargo hold, and you get the ship sailing pretty well. And you know what? Does anyone have ship like water vehicle proficiency?
Nope.
Yes. We
I
had
figured you would.
No.
I see what you wrote. I was gonna say you would have advantage because it's like a crew thing.
Then I shall do it again.
So 15 was the DC. So as you're going, you start noticing, oh, it's been a pretty clear day. There's been some like pale clouds drifting occasionally, But as you're going, you start noticing it's getting clouds are starting to thicken up and form back around the islands that you were just departing. And after about an hour or so, you look back and you see the distant flash of lightning. As it seems Lizzie might be a little upset, but you seem to be out of her reach for the moment. But you didn't see any ships on the island. Except for the wrecked one. But anyways, so you have a few days to yourselves if you want to chat among that time, or you found a few items. Grund, I gave you the handout for that one. Nora, you know what a ring of telekinesis does.
Mostly.
I mean, the new ring of telekinesis, they removed the nerfs of the 2014 one. Now it's just now it's just telekinesis. It's just this item lets you cast telekinesis. So, and telekinesis actually got kind of a buff because it had a weight limit before. Now it's just a size limit, so you can literally grab and move anything of huge or smaller size, or you can restrain someone if they fail a strength save.
Goddamn.
Yeah, that's why it works so hard for Vask, and why in story his mutations seem to remove the limits of it that used to be on it. Anyways, so you're sailing. Kita seems to be very pleased. I assume you're helping out with the ship, just like showing off.
She is absolutely enamored with this ring.
And Grund, how do you like your new little item?
I like it fine. It's good. It's a good ghoul speech undead fortitude thingy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the first night, sorry, I'm just trying to find my flow here. Flow.
It's all good.
So did anyone want to interact or anything? Discuss what just happened?
Sure. So, Kita will find JJ.
He's just sitting on some railing, smoking some more Nacardic kelp.
Kita floats over, sitting on like a barrel that she's telekinetically flying over.
You having fun with that, Toothsome?
It's pretty great, not gonna lie.
I bet it is.
My brother would hate this. But, I've got a question for you.
Shoot!
What is up with our pickup?
Hell if I know.
It's pretty weird. Like, all that ice, the hags taking an interest in it.
Yep, I've already voiced concerns with the captain. We're making post-haste.
Should we take a look at it?
Well, first off, when it comes to smuggling things that are not quite legal, the last thing you do is to go tampering with it. That's how you go and upset people.
Fair enough.
Besides, if this thing really is fucked up in some manner, I don't want to let it out of that box.
I mean, it might be already coming out of that box.
Oh, I read the journal.
I'm a little freaked out about how all the ship's crew just vanished.
Yep, tell me about it.
I'd rather that not be me.
Nobody wants to die like that. If it is, they died.
Yeah, so I'm erring on this edge of caution.
Well, there ain't much we can do about it right now.
I guess. Our necromancer seemed to be quite happy with his spoils too.
Yeah, I bet he is. Freaky little guy.
Oh yeah. I don't care that he's doing necromancy. That doesn't bother me. But he's kind of just an asshole.
Ouch. There.
Like you didn't make him an asshole on purpose.
I made the most lovable, kindly old man, and you say such hurtful things.
Yeah.
I know, boss. I don't get it either.
Shut up!
You don't get an opinion. You're dead. You're not a people.
Oh.
That's true, though.
Is he no? Is it Tracy trustworthy, that one?
Well, he did his job. He's gonna get paid. And then we turn him loose.
I swear, if this is the audio that has the horse in it.
And besides, that's just something that happens in the course of, you work with enough people, eventually you'll meet some kind of asshole you don't really much like, but their skills are useful.
Yeah, I've been that asshole.
This is the
You've been-
flying leech folk.
You've been nothing but sunshine since you came on board.
It really depends on who you are. You're easy to talk to. And
Yeah, I get that a lot.
And you don't get all pissy about my blood magic.
Just water at the end of the day.
Sure.
But who am I to start throwing rocks at, glass houses?
Blood is just rusty water.
Oh, God.
But twice as delicious.
Banned.
My brother's not too fond of my particular line of work, but I mean, what's he know? I'm making money, making a living.
Remind me, Kita.
Mhm.
Have you worked for the syndicate before? This isn't your first job
Yeah.
with them, right?
It's not my first job, no.
JJ, roll a history. See if just because you have your ear to the ground with the city, you might.
Sure thing.
Okay, no. This is the first time you've heard of this.
Well, things go sideways. Best be ready.
I'm always ready, darling.
We'll see. We'll see.
It pays to be ready when you live in a world where any day the skies could open up and it drowns the whole world.
Well, not everyone's so pragmatic.
Nope, that's why they're dead. That's why I'm alive.
And always will.
think his I think his accent is a bit infectious there, Nora.
And to be fair, I've been just I've been trying to find her voice.
Yeah, but I've also done that where, certain accents, it's just like, whoops, nope, I'm slipping into your accent. Gotta stop that.
Humans are social chameleons. They do that.
That's the only reason the Dutch sound like that. They all kept reinforcing each other.
Oh, hey, that bug keeper.
Yeah, what about him?
That bug of his. Did that thing do much fighting?
Wasn't paying attention much on account of a clam trying to eat me.
I guess that's fair.
It's not every day that happens. Usually it's the other way around. Damn shame those things are rotten to the core, otherwise I would have enjoyed cooking that thing up.
Yeah, you eat that, you're gonna become an undead yourself.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if not that much, it'll probably tear up your guts.
You saw the
Hey,
ghoul
hey.
was very excited to dig in after it was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you prepare something enough, it'll be fine.
Not those things. Some things are just plain rotten.
Speaking of
Oh.
bug guy, is Urgent just on up in the ropes and stuff?
He's helping out, so yeah, probably. You feel safe.
Well, there's a
being up
chance
there.
you might be able to overhear this, but
Just, getting. Like I said, I'm suspicious about all this business. Not, with our crew, but with, maybe the necromancer, but with that whole crate thing. So yeah, I'm keeping my skills sharp.
Yep.
Figure, looking at my spells, see if there's anything I might want to prep.
Yep. That's the thing, Toothsome, though. Sometimes, no matter what you do, you can't be ready for what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I would offer you one of these, but I don't know how you or Roto actually smoke.
I don't think I have the...
On account of not having, proper lips.
Exactly.
so you can. It's just I don't know if it's a fantasy world. Sure, you can smoke, but it comes out the
Gills.
gill holes that you have the side of your neck.
Oh, okay. When you say that,
because leeches have the spiracles on the side of the body.
but when you say that, the cigar floats out of your hand.
I can get you another one.
And they just they just do a puff of it, and it comes out of their gills, and they put it back in your hand. Just gives you a grin.
I was gonna say it might be slightly damp handing it back, but no, you use telekinesis, so no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing about Haruto that's kind of inescapable. Just like normal leeches, there's a little bit of a layer of, mucus, slime.
Yeah.
Moist.
Yeah.
No offense, darling, but I think I might just get a new one.
You're lost.
Nope. So, Erdrin, you're helping with that. Krill, what would you be doing?
Krill's probably helped move heavy objects a bit, or if someone needs a line held, he'll just grab it and it's just held. Just
Alright.
typical big guy who doesn't move, stuff.
Yeah.
However, after the ships got on way and there's not really that much need for it, he will position himself near the entrance to the hold and basically eyeball anyone who goes into it. The intention is clear. Fuck with the package at your own risk.
Right.
Like, these people
Yeah.
should know better, but should doesn't mean will.
True. Yeah, the crew will gladly get your assistance to like when setting off, but yeah, after a while, it really is just like continue the course. So yeah, you're able to go post up.
So yeah, he basically just stands still as a statue. It's the fucking job, and he's going to do the job. That's about it. Unless
and some weird shit happened last time.
Yeah, you can totally distract him by saying we need to move a heavy thing, but if he comes back and it's fucking gone, it's got to be someone's problem, or not even gone, just open, because I don't want that thing open.
Yeah.
Were there any specific orders to keep it closed? I imagine there was to an extent, or at least it was implied.
Yeah.
I think that.
Okay.
What was there? I thought it was more implied.
Yeah, it was more of an implication. They didn't outright say you mustn't look in this crate or the contract's void or whatever, but they're just like, do your best to return the cargo intact.
It's standard courier courtesy or policy, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, because especially since this was a salvage operation. They're like, there's a good chance it either broke open if it crashed or looters opened it. So we can't really. It wouldn't make sense. It's like, oh, you lose your contract because some assholes opened it before you even got there.
And we needed to make sure it was still in there by checking it, obviously.
Yeah, and it had, for the most part, was still sealed. Although there was that it was a few planks of the crate had broken off, probably from impact, which revealed the ice. But
Gotcha. Well, that's essentially what Krill's going to do, is make sure there's not further tampering, or at least people know there's consequences if there are.
Yeah. There is a pretty advanced lock on it, keeping the chains secured around it. So it looks like maybe the hags didn't get around to that yet, or maybe they just couldn't get past it.
Looked like
you don't have the capability to see if it's arcane locked or anything, but
yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, as far as your keen eye stalks can tell, these have been, other than the impact where it broke, it hasn't been tampered with.
Alrighty. So yeah, that's just what he's doing after he helped out a bit. He's now posted up, not right beside it, but kind of just close by with a good view of the cargo hold entrance.
Yeah.
That's it.
Alright. Grund, what would you be doing for most of this trip?
Reading up on wizard lore, magic spells, occult mysteries. Generally trying to not interact with people.
Okay. And you also have that dead man's skull that you can use, which you can tell by inspecting it over the the time that there does seem to be spiritual essence in it, so you can use that to ask whatever's bound inside. The topics of speak with dead. You're pretty sure none of the crew would be in there because the hags were pretty sure they weren't lying when they said the ship washed ashore with no crew, so they didn't have anyone to feed it. It would just be previous victims, but you never know what kind of information you could get from that. But it's also, as DZ pointed, I didn't write this down yet, but it can be used for as a good necromantic focus for stuff. So even beyond this is basically, it's like, oh cool, I found a bonus for the contract.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Not to mention
I'll
the
provide
item you
you the spell, all the things you could do with it.
But so now, since Grund said he doesn't want to be bothered, he tries not to be bothered. Does anybody want to bother Grund?
Yeah, I don't want to interact with any of you fuckers. I think you're all terrible. JJ is the only one I can reasonably stand.
Which is, basically crying out, "Please, someone interact with Grund."
Yeah.
I would, but Erdrin thinks he
It's anyone-
smells.
Well, he does. He smells terrible.
He smells terrible, and he's like, "No, I'm not gonna go over there."
Yeah, I'm sorry. Krill has a job.
He has
and
the worst
he's-
old man funk that you could possibly imagine.
Necromantically enhanced.
Oh god, Necro Man.
Gross.
It's It's necromatic, instead of aromatic.
Ah.
Uh-huh.
Well, if no one else is gonna do it,
That's incredibly flattering. It's like, oh man, this misanthrope can tolerate me.
if no one else is gonna do it, Kita will continue to be the social butterfly.
You're not a bug though.
It's the
I know what I said.
Erdrin would do it, but he looks like he wants to be by himself, and Erdrin has the slightest bit of, emotional intelligence.
Tact.
Look, I know he wants to be by himself, I just don't care.
Which is fair.
Hey, Corpse Man! That's you, Grund.
Yeah, I went.
Oh, that
That's
doesn't
right,
come
Dave.
through. Yeah.
Oh, I went.
You did good back there.
Thanks.
You're just a ray of sunshine, aren't you?
Is there a
Yeah.
point to you?
Kloop makes
Yeah.
a sound of disgust at the idea of sunshine.
Is there a point to you?
I
Yes.
think she's trying to insult you, boss.
Luke, what have I told you about thinking?
I should leave it to you.
Here's the paddle.
Oh,
You,
no.
you've brought someone back from the dead to be your companion, and you don't even listen to what they have to say.
No. He didn't raise me. I rose myself. I crawled out of the
shit.
grave myself.
Well, good for you.
I just
Why do
work
you
for
put
him.
up with him?
Quit talking to it. It goes both ways.
Yes,
I'm
boss.
not an it. I'm not an it, Grund.
All people are just bags of meat waiting to be repurposed.
I'm a bag
Ron
of blood.
licks what
Thank you.
remains of his lips.
I'm a bag of blood, thanks.
Juicy.
So I've heard. You're not the
Must be
first
truly
necromancer I've met.
bored to seek me out. What is the point of this social interaction?
Yeah, I mean, I am pretty bored. We're just job's already over. We're sailing. You're doing nothing.
I am stretching the limits of my mind by reading mysteries of the occult and arcane. I would hardly
you
call
now?
that doing nothing.
Interesting. Anything fun?
I tire of you very quickly.
Shame.
God, you two are obnoxious together. That's what
Yeah.
Kloop is thinking to himself, but he's smart enough not to say that.
Oh yeah,
Better be.
yeah. It's that JJ definitely has not made a mental note of, okay, if we're gonna hire either of them, do not put them on the same job.
She is enjoying him being a shit. She's
His
enjoying getting a
after-action
rise out of
paperwork
him.
report.
She's enjoying getting a rise out of him. And what was the last thing you said?
I don't know. I don't remember something cold and cruel.
Sounds about right. Oh god.
Basically said he doesn't have time for your shit anymore.
Right. I mean, you don't got time for much else right now.
You
You're
need a
really
task.
fun to entertain me.
Do you need a task to keep you occupied?
Oh, look, trust me. If I needed something to keep me occupied, like badly, I'd know what to do. I'm just trying to get to know my work associate.
Why? The job is essentially over. All we have to do is deliver the goods, and then this chicanery is done with.
Oh, I don't think it's over. Dead man. That box.
Wait, was that a veiled threat?
No.
You called me a dead man.
Yeah, because you control the dead. I was being
Normally when you
literal.
call someone a dead man and they're still alive, that is implying that you're going to kill them.
Usually, but
Yes,
we ain't exactly.
even
normal
I
people.
know that's how things work in most social interaction.
Yeah, but we ain't exactly normal people now, are we, Grund? You're a necromancer. I'm a blood sorcerer.
I don't want to be wrapped up in however you view yourself.
I'm such a bored, Grund. Come on.
And
Bring
yet
it
you're still
up.
here.
Yeah, because it's fun to get a rise out of you.
If an undead ghoul could give you a sympathetic look of like, I understand your pain right now.
To who? Me or Grund?
To you.
You're not in pain.
You're so
Yeah, no.
boring, Grund.
Clue kind of gives you this look of like, I know, he's so boring.
Come on, you gotta have something bouncing around in that head of yours that's interesting.
Gives you
How
the
often-
most withering glare.
How often do you get to talk to a bona fide blood sorcerer?
God, sorcerers. That explains it.
Oh god, the wizard.
Oh god, here it comes. It's gonna be, they don't have to actually learn their skills.
Yes, and they're born thinking they're super special and interesting because they can do magic naturally. You're a Nepo baby.
Yeah, baby. I've heard all that before. You're not clever.
I don't have to
See.
be in this case. You're a sorcerer. What are you gonna do
sort
with
of-
your high charisma?
This almost feels like it could be an argument in the Wizard School Mysteries.
Hey. It's okay, Grund, if you're feeling a little inadequate against somebody with actual skill. It's okay.
Inadequate. That's actually funny. You know what?
Bye-bye.
Why don't you tell me how wonderful sorcerers are?
Hey, I don't need to
Brag
worry
about
them.
the variety of spells that you can cast.
Take quality over quantity, baby. I don't give a shit about other
Yes.
sorcerers.
Tell me how the quality of the spells that you know. Go on, brag, boast, sorcerer.
You are. He thinks he's funny, doesn't he?
No,
Are
I
you
don't
asking
care.
Clue
I
that?
don't care if I amuse others. Others are again just meat waiting to be used.
Yeah.
But
It's the most-
you are funny.
That is
Because
the most
you think there's something
stereotypical-
to be proud of because you were born with the ability to make sparkles.
Yeah, and what could you do when you were born? You're a human. You couldn't even walk.
A human
Is
baby
he-
of the same
True,
age.
that
can
is
do
how the
nothing.
development of human beings goes. I'm not going to argue that point.
Yeah, how does
I
that go,
had to
DZ?
learn to use this
I'll
magic.
drop the audio.
Just because I
Yes.
had it when I was
And how does
born
it feel
doesn't mean I'm
peaking when you were 12?
peeking. I just killed a pair of hags.
Ooh, good for you! You're
Look at
so
you,
strong!
you're adorable, Grund.
God, you both are.
You've given me exactly what I was hoping for. Thanks. Hey,
I'm not saying you're welcome.
I don't expect you to. But
You're still here.
Yeah, I'm the man. I do what I want.
Unfortunately.
If shit gets weird with that box, go into it.
Wow, I'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
God.
Hey, if you ever want an employer who's less boring, hit me up.
I think
Yeah.
I'd rather put my head in a vice.
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the one with charisma.
Talking to yourself is a sign of mental problems.
She looks at the ghoul.
Yeah, he's trying
Yeah,
to
I
stay
know you're
out of
talking to
this.
the ghoul.
So actually, just for fun, TT, what's Grun's charisma? What would be higher?
It's not probably that bad actually, because of the way
Yeah.
stat rolling did. His charisma's 14.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Kloop's. I was like, let's see. Actually, Kloop has a charisma of 9. It's like, oh wait, no, that's still a negative. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
but
of the
like,
way stat rolling.
look, on paper he has worse charisma, but in practice he's much more charismatic.
I mean, it probably smells just as bad though. The ghoul.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, so God. So that conversation happened at some point during the trip.
Mm-hmm.
So as the first night comes down, as the ship's sailing towards the Modhur archipelago, it won't take too long. You know, we're not going to go day to day, but actually, the first night, nothing really even happens. You see some luminescent jellyfish off the off the side at one point. It's a nice, pretty view. You know, it almost looks like there's a different starscape underneath the stars. You know, underneath the water. But the night's uneventful. Next day comes, pretty boring. You know, that's one of the bad things about sailing is long stretches of the same thing. So,
Yeah, I
it's up
got
to
my
you to
kick stuck with Grund.
yeah, it's up to you to get your entertainment as how you can. You can join the crew for like card games that was mentioned. Some of you, after a point, they may realize it's like, okay, maybe we shouldn't go with money anymore and just do friendly games for the rest of the voyage, so we can actually have something for the bar at the end. But the crew's confident and competent. You all can help out where you can. But it's the second night when you turn in that the dreams start.
Oh.
All right, I have too many sound files. It's hard to keep track of them.
Happens.
Yeah.
Gene.
And as you sleep at night, the ship rocking side to side on gentle waves, but that fades away as independently in the shared dream, you are alone, but you stand shivering, shuddering as you stand upon a flat, featureless plain of drifting snow crossing a flat plain of ice, as if standing upon a frozen sea or a glacier. And it is just completely flat all around you. You can't see far because of the blizzard. The strangely, you do see flashes and hear the rumble of lightning in the distance. It's strange to see lightning during a blizzard, but you've never been someplace like this. Some of you have been to the frozen seas to the south, but it is none of you have seen something like this as you trudge through trying to find anything, any source of warmth, as you feel the cold seep in through your limbs and into your core. And each of you awake in the morning, shivering, even though it is a sunny, bright day when you step out onto the deck. So, their day starts.
JJ's gonna definitely, first thing in the morning after waking up is gonna fucking speak with the captain.
Yeah, he looks like he's had a rough night. He's drinking a cup of coffees. There's actually a pretty healthy coffee plantation near Kolezar, and it's one of their main exports.
Hey, boss. Morning.
Yeah. And he kind of glances at you. He goes, "You look like you could use a cup too."
Yeah, I'd like something warm, but let's not beat around the bush. You had a weird dream last night too, right?
I think I don't really remember. Wait, what do you mean? Did you have one too? Kind of looks at you suspiciously.
Yeah, I did, and just as I told you the other night, that's when things started to go wrong on the last ship that was transporting this package. They all started having the same dream.
Let me guess. Wind and ice.
Cold as hell.
Yeah.
Colder than I thought was possible.
Yeah. So, did that journal give an indication of how long it took? And you saw that, like when you looked through it, a lot of it was water damage, so it's kind of hard to read through it. But what you could tell, by the point that things really seemed to get bad, the dreams were the first to start before people started acting weird, either from lack of sleep or what the crew mentioned is like, the captain recorded it's like crew thinks there's a curse, that we picked up a curse, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It happened over like the 2 weeks that they were in transit.
2 weeks.
Okay, well, we only got a few days until we're back home, so you're going to help me talk to Miss Herna to make sure we get
hazard pay?
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause not saying we should throw it overboard immediately, but we might have to consider, even if it brings hell down on us, might have to consider throwing that thing overboard.
And he kind of gets this look where he like chews on his lip in thought, where do an insight check.
Oh boy.
And I do mean to have more people than just JJ roll this session, don't worry. 12. It looks like he's distracted with the thought. You're not sure what, but he seems to suddenly be thinking about something. something's caught his attention as he gets that, that look when people like kind of lose focus as they're thinking on something.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I'm going to be, no offense, but I'm going to be glad when this job's over and you get that thing off my ship.
Yeah. Not looking forward to it.
And next time, tell Miss Herna that I will not be doing any runs for her unless they can ensure that whatever we're transporting won't do this. Kind of makes this like vague gesture with his hand.
So, should we say anything to the crew about it? It probably... Oh, actually, no. The thing about it, when people start, that's how mutinies start.
Yes, if they do start asking, I'm just going to tell them I'll make something up that. I mean, your Haruto friend's been pretty vocal about you all dealing with hags down there, so maybe you could say it was bad dreams sent by the hags, nothing to worry about. I don't know. I've
That's
never had to
something.
deal with hags before, so.
Yeah, if it comes to that, I'll spin a yarn.
I would prefer if we keep the idea that it is the cargo causing these bad dreams, because, sailors are superstitious and they may just decide to chuck it overboard themselves.
Yep, exactly.
We can't afford not to deliver this. He says, with a bit of seriousness that the normally jovial captain normally doesn't have, unless he's like talking about like life and death situations, like the few times you've been in a severe storm with them, or like pirates have gone after when you've been on the ship with them.
Yeah, no, I get it. We're stuck between a rock and a coral reef.
Well, not much we can do now besides just try to get there a little bit faster and hope the dream, that's all we see of ice. The reason why I work out of a city on the equator, I don't like the ice.
Yeah.
Takes a long sip of his coffee.
Can't say I enjoyed the sensation.
He goes, well, I better go make sure the crew aren't working themselves into a frenzy with this. You should go check with your friends. They might tell them to keep, I was going to say keep cool on it, but that's kind of frowns as he walks off.
Yeah, I get it.
So, rest of you, any reactions to the dream, or?
Yeah, is Crow still guarding the box?
Yeah. Yes, far away, Nora.
Oh, is Krill still guarding the box?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I do want to note that as soon as JJ gets out of meeting with the captain, Grund is waiting for him.
Oh! Hey, Dusty.
I had a dream last night. I think our cargo is leaking.
He'll lean in conspiratorially. He's like, yeah, we know. We're just trying to get it done as soon as possible.
How bereft will our employers be if they do not get their precious cargo?
Well, pretty fucking bad. Trust me, your worry's my worry about this.
So, one little detail that JJ, you would know about why Grund was picked for the mission.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Herna did tell you that when you asked, it's like, oh, this Dusty guy again? Because this isn't the first time you've worked for the Syndicate, right, Grund?
True.
But she would have told you it's a necromantic object, so he might be helpful in keeping it safe, is what she said.
Inform me if you need any of my expertise in keeping this precious cargo safe.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, why don't you go report down below? Just tell Krill that I sent you, and give me a safety evaluation.
He nods.
Oh, and I don't expect you to go babbling about it, but let's try to keep this on the down low.
Believe me, I have no desire to enlighten any of the selted swine.
Good man. Alright.
The term pearls before swine probably has a deeper meaning on this world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, Kita, you were going to go talk to Krill?
Yeah, she was actually going to go try and check out the box.
Okay, so you would go down to talk to Krill while JJ's talking with the captain and then Grun, so you would get a head start. Because this is all kind of happening simultaneously.
Yeah, she went straight towards it. Hey, Krill.
Yeah. He was probably leaned up against the side of the ship napping and woke up when she came closer.
Yeah, Krill, was one of the crew members who was getting some of their own, because the cargo hold's not that far from the galley. They passed you a cup of hot tea.
Yeah, it's fine. He has the cup, he's drinking it.
Because everyone's thinking, there's muttering around the ship. It's like, oh, we must have passed through a cold front or something. People are waking up chilly.
Nice. So, Lisnar?
Did you have any weird dreams last night?
He pauses for a minute, thinks, and then just slow nod.
Was it cold?
Just again, he nods.
You think our cargo's got anything to do with that?
Without hesitation, nods.
Yeah, that's what I thought. JJ ain't stupid. I was probably thinking the same thing. So, I imagine he's gonna be checking on this as well. But you mind if I head in and take a look?
Tilts his head a little bit, goes, just a low rum talk with the balls.
Alright. Can't blame you for being, careful.
Nods again.
The two of you are just gonna pass each other in the hall.
Yeah, so it's literally, you start to walk up to go find JJ when Grund walks down, and you have that, because the stairs, they're not wide enough for two people, so you have that moment of all right, who's gonna check it out first?
Kita will we're go on ahead.
So, Kita steps aside for you, Grunge. You can head down to the cargo hold.
Mm-hmm.
And you encounter Krill standing guard.
I was told to lend my expertise and examine the object.
No, he nods at that, and just basically just the gesture of towards the entrance, Claire, go ahead.
Krill, you hear a voice in your head say, just keep an eye on that one, just in case.
He doesn't react to it.
And you step inside, and it is colder than the other rooms of the ship, but you're not sure if that's from supernatural reasons or just having a 10 by 5 block of ice will naturally cool a room.
Well,
So there is like a little bit of mist from the temperature differential when you open up the door, kind of like opening up a meat locker, sort of. But
mhm.
you know,
Like-
you both you and Krill probably have this thought. It's like, oh, if it wasn't haunted, it would be good for like storing food for the trip.
Mhm.
Don't want your bananas to get haunted.
Chip off a chunk of ice so you could ice your drink.
That's why the hags wanted it. They wanted
For
it for their
martinis.
for their drinks.
That would be a hack thing to do.
This
Haunted ice for their
horrifically
haunted
cursed neck.
Oh god, they wanted the haunted ice for their spirits.
The horrifically cursed necromantic objects. Nah, bro, it's just an ice maker.
Just thinking of when they made Ghost Sorbet and Dungeon Meshi.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like hags cold as the grave.
So that's actually I mentioned this was actually going to be brought up if I got brought. Well, it just got brought up. So because there is actually a decent practicing necromancer population there on the islands, of which Grund is one. There is actually a winery where it is necromancers who artificially age, spirits and alcohol using necromantic stuff. Which is something I've always, thought of. It's like, oh, that's definitely something that happens ever since I read that panel in Dungeon Meshi comparing fermenting to necromancy. Anyways.
That's great.
I will say Krill does go in after him, so he's not alone with the object.
And the cargo hold, it's not super crowded. This was a salvage, so there wasn't, much need for just other than like typical supplies for travel. So the large crate takes up the main of it, bulk of it. And Grunt, you can do investigation or an arcana check to check it out. Dang. So as you circle around it, looking it up and down, you definitely get the vibe I said vibe, but it's really like you feel that it's like you can feel the necrotic radiation wafting off of it, for lack of a better term.
It's a nuke.
It's like your internal Geiger counter for necromancy is like clicking. And this is pretty powerful. It's not like dangerous to be around powerful. Not elephants. You're not transporting the elephant's foot. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no wonder this is definitely giving off dreams. This will definitely affect people who are around it too long. Short-term effects probably insignificant, but with that high of an Arcana check, it is definitely better that the shorter amount of time people spend around it, the better. And when you search around it, you look at the cracked part where the broken wood is. There's like a tarp put over it to cover it, but you like lift it up and look at it. You see him lift it. He doesn't touch. Or Gren, do you try to touch the ice? I don't want to like make choices.
No,
for
I don't.
you.
I'm not I made this character to die, but I'm not going to be a complete fucking idiot.
Yeah. So you're being careful on that. That high of an Arcana check. I'd say you're doing your best for your job. So yeah, you actually have Kloop lift up the tarp, and he gives you this look like, all right, but he moves it, and the ice, as far as you can tell, no sign of melting, which is odd. Even for a big block of ice like this, there would be some kind of melt water coming off of it, but all around it, the deck is dry. And so whatever this ice is seems to be maintaining itself for now. But looking at it, you can actually do an investigation now. As now that you're like looking at it. Because you have the Arcana to judge what it might be doing, which without doing like a full identify where you have to touch it and stuff, you know. But investigation? Okay. Looking at the ice, it's rough hewn, so like it looks like, you know, probably got carved from some, you know, larger piece of ice. But can't really tell if there's like pieces missing from last time you saw it, or if like the way it's shaped is from impact, or if like the hag said, you know, as we joked about, you know, we're chipping off pieces. You know, it just looks like rough ice, rough hewn ice. So, but other than that, as far as you can tell, doesn't look like anybody's been in here or touched it since, you know, it was loaded in here by your group. But you definitely get the vibe that don't want to be on the boat with this too long and want to get this transported to where it can be, you know, not your problem. But you definitely get the feeling that this ice, with that good of an Arcana check, probably susceptible to enchanting purposes. You know, would make very fine materials, and that might be what it is. You know, someone just needed a big block of strange ice, but other than that, without cracking open the crate and doing a more thorough examination, that's basically all you can determine at the moment.
All right.
Although I would say with that, something like a protection from good or evil spell, that would help. You know, protecting against, you know, because I would have that kind of effect of protecting it. Or probably what it's a high level spell, but like an anti-magic area would probably protect from stuff like that. But, you know, stuff that would protect against dreams and such would also be beneficial. So, actually, Krill,
Yes.
because you have a certain item, the dreams weren't as intense as everyone else's. You still got that. It's like half remembered. You just remember like waking up doing the crap equivalent of shivering. You know,
Right.
it's like you
It
woke up
still
from the
affect
dream,
them.
but it drifted really fast. It's like something protected you.
I gotcha.
So, while that was going on, Kita, you went up to talk to JJ.
Yeah.
Urgent, how are you handling the dream?
I was actually going to go look for JJ.
Okay,
Ah.
so we could say you and Kita find him at the same time.
That sounds fine. So,
Hey, Adrian.
yeah, hi. So everybody else have that dream too, or was that just some weird shit?
The freezing cold dream.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I had that one. That is why I'm looking for JJ.
Hey.
You have, she like doesn't look around to make sure there's no one else here. Hey,
Yeah, you're pretty isolated from the crew.
You have that dream last night?
I did. We're already taking measures about it.
Oh, are you?
I'm guessing it has something to do with the, freezing cold box.
Yeah.
My guess. Well, good to know my mind's not gone yet.
How long do we have until we drop that off somewhere that isn't here?
3 to 4 3 to 4 days depending on weather.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Which, don't worry, we'll speed through those. We're not going to do day by day, don't worry.
yeah. Well, there's the
Say
silver
that,
lining.
but then the Dracula's gonna come.
Mhm. Well, that's the
I'm
silver
gonna wake
lining.
the
We won't
thing up in
be
the box.
holding on to this box as long as the last crew did.
Yeah, the only thing is, like, who we giving this to, and what are they doing with it? Can they like stop that from happening?
Well, considering we don't have too many, look, I ain't a wizard. I don't understand all that stuff, but I'm sure they got plenty of spells to keep it locked down.
Well, I hope
I'd
so.
have to take a look. I'd have to take a
Oh,
look
so-
myself, but
Kita, are you Arcana trained?
I am.
Oh, you could do a roll real quick just to see. I think 10. You're kind of a little too excited to really think too hard about it.
God, come on.
Don't worry, Toothsome. I got Dusty looking into it. That's one of the reasons we brought him along with this job. His field of
Oh,
expertise.
right. Yeah, that's what I was having you roll for, but that's something I forgot to mention with Grund's basically forensic analysis. Grund, you're basically thinking to yourself, these fucking amateurs didn't know enough to seal magic radiating essence inside a lead box. Fucking amateurs. Yeah,
He is the best one. He is the best one to take a look at it.
Like, I'm just saying, and I don't know, like, why somebody would want something like that, but I hope they have somewhere to put it that isn't gonna, like, leak out into a big city somewhere.
You
if you look
no.
at the camera.
You are awfully concerned. It's nice.
Well, there was a big, the last. He's gonna look around real quick. Last crew that had that, nobody can find them. They're all probably dead, and now we're having weird shit dreams about goddamn wind and ice that it is very unpleasant.
Hey, calm down. I
I
get
don't want to
it.
have
I'm not
that.
disagreeing with
That's
you.
a lot of people in like a big town that could, potentially just vanish and die.
Well,
Wilbur tries to tap you soothingly with its antennas.
Well, we just gotta trust the experts on this. I ain't one of them.
That's fair. It's just, I hope they have a plan for that, cause that's that.
You seem.
I would rather not
You
be
alright?
involved in bringing a bomb into a big town.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, some of the
Well-
best experts live in that town, so.
It's true enough. I
You
guess.
did. You did also take a job, here.
Job. And
Yeah, you're getting paid by the end of it.
I get paid for it, sure, but how am I going to spend that if everybody's dead?
Hey,
Well, we
that's
just
not my
hope that it
point.
don't come to that.
Well, I'm gonna hope harder than I can, and I hope you're right.
Hey, I'm
Shit,
keeping
me
my I'm keeping my guard up till we're safe and sound.
But
I'm
I'm also gonna go down and ask that big crab fella if he wants another guard at the door. And he's gonna turn and kind of like wander off.
Hey, wait. I got a question for you.
What is it?
Your little fella. Can he fight himself?
Of course I can. He just doesn't like it.
Okay.
As you do see, they do have some pretty sturdy and sharp-looking mandibles.
He likes being annoying and distracting other things so I can stab them.
Wiggles the antennas.
She looks at the little bug. How do you feel about fire breath?
Kind of get hers back a bit.
No, like you breathing the fire, not being used on you.
There's a
Kind of looks to you, Urgin. Sorry, you go ahead.
there's a complicated like antenna wiggle. Like he could take it or leave it.
All right. I just asked because, well, I have access to some spells that I'm getting ready in case stuff goes down, and if you're still here, every extra hand is helpful.
Yep. He wiggles the antenna back at you like he's agreeing. As like, well, I mean, I don't think he would mind. It's nice that you ask before you just cast magic on him. He might freak out about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not my familiar partner, whatever you two are.
He's technically a summoned creature according to the rules, but you know.
Hmm.
Giving Scath the flamethrower backpack from Doom.
Yep.
Well,
But I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
I'm gonna go see if he wants some help watching that box. I don't want to go anywhere near it, but I also don't want anybody like stumbling down there in a haze and hurting themselves or everybody else.
Do not lick the ice.
Lick the ice. After he leaves. Hey, so I'm sure we can ask Dusty when he comes to report to you, but you think keeping the box at a farther distance would help us?
I don't know what you can mean by that. We gotta transport it.
Well, yeah, but we don't necessarily gotta transport it on the boat itself.
See, I know you got that fancy new ring, but I hope what you're not proposing is just dangling our package over the open ocean.
Well, I was thinking that we take turns and we have it on at night and have it on a one of our, scout boats. Have it attached to the ship and have someone keeping an eye on it.
We start doing that, crew's gonna start asking questions about it.
I guess. But I mean...
Look, right now, the best we can do is just to get this done fast.
I mean... I can't exactly make the ship go faster.
I know. That's the problem. All we can do is wait, mostly.
So,
I don't like this.
Grunge, you can come up when you feel appropriate.
Yeah. Grunt comes up to talk to JJ.
Gonna pass
Sees
Erdrin
the
on
other
way.
one there and scowls.
Hey, we can have our pissing match later. There's more important stuff right now.
Indeed, JJ, may I talk to you?
Sure thing, Dusty. Just look over to you and just keep things on the down low, act cool.
Oh, yeah, I'll stay here to offer whatever I know, if that's any help at all.
I doubt
what
it.
do you got?
You have two people watching, so not that I can do much more than those two.
Whatever is inside the box is so powerful with magic that it is generating an aura. If we have a way to cut people off from their dreams, that would help things Well, the amount of ambient magic it is exuding should not be harmful on its own in the short doses that we are taking on the way to our destination. If we were sticking around this thing for weeks, we might be in some serious trouble. As it is, problem right now should be limited to bad dreams. If we had a sort of anti-magic field or protection from evil spell, that may also be helpful. The one thing that I am most concerned with, however, is the fact that the container of this item has a crack in it. And it wasn't made out of lead, as it should be. If we could put the container within another container that is complete, and preferably one made out of lead or another suitably heavy, dense metal, we might sleep sounder. But this is my suggestion so far. Anything that can cut us off from our dreams would do well for the mental health of the crew. As it is, provided we get to our destination on time, we should be fine.
All right. So,
That's good to know.
how about you go down there with Krill, find another empty box you can maybe stuff it in.
Hey,
That's the best we can do. That's the best we do.
How long does this last? 8 hours. At Grund.
He grunts dismissively.
Grunts dismissively.
I was gonna offer you some extra protection, but if you don't want it,
I was going to send the ghoul. I don't lift boxes.
fine.
Club!
Yes, boss.
Go downstairs and put the cargo in a bigger box. Krill will help.
Shouldn't you go to spot if there's any lead boxes that you can use?
Are you suggesting that Krill is unable to understand what lead is? I didn't think our crew was that incompetent.
I'm suggesting you're a wizard and you know what will and won't stop that magic. Krill is not a caster.
Well, you're a very renowned sorcerer from what I've been told. Why don't you go and tell them what lead is?
Oh, but you're the smart one, aren't you?
Hey, now none of that. Y'all go back to fighting later.
Yeah, you're right. More important.
Urgent. Sorry, what?
No, she was just saying, we got more important things to worry about.
So, you're sending Kloop down there to see if there's anything appropriate? Okay. And Urgent, you go down. Krill's standing guard, right?
Well, he would. Yeah, he's standing guard.
Okay, so Urgent. Not a chat with Krill.
Hey, just for my own peace of mind, I'm gonna hang out here and watch the door with you. I got a spell that'll, like, tell me if anybody is trying to creep in to that room, if that'll help.
Krill nods.
And, let me see here. Where would be the best place to cast an alarm spell? He's gonna ritual cast it so he doesn't have to use a...
They're the main door.
Yeah,
There's only a single door in and
There's only
out.
a single door, okay. Yeah, I will...
Although there is a hatch on top for, like, lifting cargo up, but that's, that's a very obvious, you would hear someone opening that from above, because that opens out onto the deck.
It's like a 10-foot drop or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big. That is how you got the cargo into it.
Then he's going to cast that on the door, and he's going to pick the mental ping, and he's going to designate all of our party, because he knows that the wizard at least has been going in and out to check things.
Uh-huh.
So everybody in our
Now,
party will be able to go in, but nobody else.
Now, important question. When Kloop steps past through the door to go start trying to salvage crates, does he set it off or is he...
I'm designating him part of the crew because he's
Okay.
usually tagging along with the wizard.
Yeah, because...
he doesn't really have a choice.
Grun, did you head back down with Kloop to try to find stuff to... Or did you just send him on his own?
I sent him on his own. I'm not going down there again.
Okay, then this changes how he was acting when he came down the stairs. As he's passing you by, he's just grumbling to himself, "Kloop, go find lead. Kloop, go make a box." The distant Nora cackle.
Yeah, it didn't come through.
God damn it.
No, it's just no. That's how we know it really got you, because we won't hear you laugh on your mic. We'll just hear it distant on Scatha's.
When Kloop goes by and goes in the door, he's Erdrin's gonna go, Kloop.
Alright, so boss said that part of the problem is the emanations are coming because it's not made out of lead. We gotta find a way to seal it up. Maybe other metals will work. I don't know if it has to be lead, but yeah. He starts looking through. Cooper's a little more well-spoken than you might have expected, but you've seen how Grund reacts when Kloop tries to talk.
Krill will go with him and help him look.
So he will assist you, because I assume you have a better investigation than the ghoul.
Does he have a negative?
No, he actually has a +2. He has an intelligence of 14.
And it beats mine.
So
I'm a fighter.
okay, so you want to give him advantage?
Yes, please.
17. Okay. He's not proficient in investigation, but he seems to, he's armored, so he seems to know what, metals, and he's well, we don't have a lot of lead. There's some lead, but these metal crates we could probably break down and cover up most of it. I don't know if it'll block it completely, but it'll definitely lessen it, I guess. So there are some metal crates down there and some miscellaneous metals, because you don't really carry a lot of just random lead and metal when you're sailing, but they have some random cargo stuff that, while it won't be able to cover the entire amount, will definitely provide more shielding than a wooden crate, bound up by chain.
Gotcha.
So that can be your task for the day. You and Kloop start breaking these down.
Yeah.
There's no real welding work, but it's between the two of you. You both have the strength to bend the metals. So yeah, you make a ramshackle outer shell for it.
You know those clamps people put on something so they can with a greater torque bend it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what Krill uses his claw for.
Yeah, the claw of life.
He clamps it so he can make very sharp angles in the bent metal.
Yeah, that's basically how you fold these metal sheets around it, or these, crimping the metal together. So yeah, you managed to create this little barrier around it. But yeah, so anything else for the rest of you?
Don't think so.
Okay. So with that handled, the day passes, the crew's a little uneasy, but they're not like outright panic mode yet. They did sort of notice that there seemed to be work going on downstairs, but they're paid to be smugglers and not really, ask questions. So that's one benefit of working with a crew like this. But the night comes, and some of you are a little trepidatious when you go to sleep that night, but blissfully, your dreams are maybe a little bit stressful just from the daily stress, but no eternal, glacier or blizzard surrounding you. So that is a plus. And Grund, there would be a point when you took a look at it, judge Kloop's work, and there is still the emanations coming off of it, but there is some shielding now. So you're like, not perfect, but it'll definitely help get you to port at least.
All right, Kloop, you've earned an extra lady finger tonight.
Ooh, thank you, boss. And he kind of goes, Krill helped.
He doesn't get any. This one came from a princess.
Ooh.
Jesus.
And with Kloop is like, I can't wait to try the tiramisu again. Okay, is it tiramisu made with the lady fingers like dessert?
I think so.
I think it might be.
It's also made with like coffee and everything, and I do not want to know what the hell a tiramisu made from actual ladies' fingers would look like.
I know
It's
that's
lasagna.
Fingies!
It'd be lasagna, is what it is.
it's finger food.
Gross.
I got booed at when I was Land of the Dead, and I said that perhaps a little too loud when I saw that in theaters. The zombie picked up some severed fingers and started eating them. I'm like, finger food. Someone touched me.
Fair.
It was a problem. I was younger, so I was a little more of a shithead. But also, there's a problem. I couldn't. My one friend Slater, he makes it very difficult to go see a movie and be serious because he is a jackass. I mean, he mellowed out, but he used to be. Anyways, here I am slandering like my literally oldest friend in my life online. But anyways,
who he used to be, not who he is.
Yeah, I mean, it was that our moms were basically best friends who grew up who grew up from high school together. So we were basically grew up together. Anyways, not to get too personal as usual about my personal life, but so the next day comes. The mood is definitely chipper because of the lack of strange dreams. Your alarm's been persistently untripped. No one is going near the place because Krill's there and people are kind of already spooked. But, yep. But the next night comes and the dream returns again. And it is just as it was before, where you are out lost wandering among this flat expanse. Although this time you realize it's not flat, as shapes of broken ice, as you realize you are standing upon a glacier and not just a frozen sea, as you see shapes of broken ice that have crushed up against itself like tectonic plates. As you trudge, thankfully the snow is not deep, just drifting across the ice, but it is so cold. So cold. But you warm up in the morning with enough coffee and sunshine. Crew's a little bit on edge again, but moods are bright because, by judging by the navigator's assessment, tomorrow you you arrive in Kolazar. You're technically within the waters of Modhur now, but it will be, about midday tomorrow, they say, hopefully, when you arrive. And occasionally you do see, like, specks in the distance that you look through spy glasses and see that are other ships, either going to or from, no one really comes close, but you're definitely within the more active shipping lanes now.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
At least we're almost rid of this
sorry.
thing.
Sorry, my phone beeped and it's like 50% chance of rain. So I'm like, yes or no? Tell me.
It's a 50% chance. Flip a coin.
Yeah, but that's usually higher than any chance of rain we get. Normally it's just like, oh, it's 25% chance or something, if that.
Oh.
Anyway, sorry.
I know you live in Arizona, so I hope you get rain.
Uh-huh. I know it's kind of a bad thing because I'm like, oh, there's a storm system coming, and that's cool. And then I look and it's like, oh, the storm system is like devastating everywhere else. I feel kind of bad now being like, oh, we're going to get some rain.
Don't don't feel bad.
We get like the edges of it, of like these horrible storm systems where it's just like, oh, where it's like, oh, this is like the actual weather we're supposed to get, but then everywhere else is just like, ooh. But anyways, yeah. If there was any chatter you wanted to have while you're traveling, feel free. Or we can speed right along to Kolazar. There's only one more night before you get there.
I have nothing to contribute. I'm fine with continuing.
Yeah.
It's just that
That's fine.
Okay.
Erdrin just keeps continually getting more and more worried that he's bringing something somewhere that it shouldn't be. But he's gonna do
Yeah,
it.
fair. Yep. Oh, Raven beer bead for chickens.
Cheekons.
Chimkin.
Chicken nuggets.
I saw a post where it was like, we're in a weird time now because I just got back from the legal weed dispensary with my 100% legal weed, but now I'm going to go meet up with someone to buy street chicken eggs from someone's personal chickens. So it's like legal weed in the stores, but having to get illegal chicken eggs on the streets. Something's happened.
Mm.
So, yeah. Other than that, the dreams, you once again go to sleep, and blissfully the dreams seem absent. But you awake, thankfully, the next day, not chilled to the bone or past the exoskeleton. In Krill's case, and yeah, I don't know what the term is for Haruto. You don't got bones.
I ain't got bones.
Yeah, I was like thinking about that when it was Kita talking to Krill. It's like, oh, they're both invertebrates, but one of them's got bones on the outside. The other's got no bones.
Except teeth.
Yeah. Toothsome.
Toothsome.
So, yeah, you start seeing more ships passing by. There is a bit of tension as when you pass by, or in the distance, they're like, Captain, Navy ships in the distance. People get a little tense because you're a smuggler ship, and but thankfully, it seems through the skill, or just maybe they're not in the mood to look for smugglers and such. The Navy doesn't seem to give you any mind as you pass by. You pass other ships, see them in the distance. The Navy you know recently has been pretty intensely fighting, or up until recently has been pretty intensely fighting against the Marasians and Ruby Empire. They've been recently doing a lot of aggression towards Modhur waters, usually in fights between themselves, but Modhur is very strict in trying to keep them out of it, and enforcing their sovereign waters and all that. But the yeah, the crew, it seems pretty excited as it's only a few hours away, and eventually you hear the person up in the crow's nest go, "Land ho! Klezar spotted!" And you see off in the distance, just on the speck on the horizon, that over the hours gets larger and larger as you see the jungle-covered island in the distance.
My goodness.
And so as you get closer to port, you see large amounts of ships passing by. It's one of the most active ports in the area. Of it's the biggest port of the archipelago. And hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, something sounded like I was going into the Matrix for a second. I heard that robotic warbling.
Discord.
But I don't know if Discord was
Take the red
Yeah.
pill or the blue pill.
crush them up and do both.
Head explodes.
But yeah, that's how you escape the real game. But so you see the port coming in. The bay is the largest port of the archipelago, and one of the reasons why Kolezar is kind of considered the head of the other city states that have unified around them. Not quite declaring themselves a commonwealth, but close. They're a loose. They're all but a nation in name at this point. Each one trying to keep their own independence, but still entitled to defending each other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and as you approach, there's a moment where over the distance you hear this boom, 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 and there's a tension as people will look over and use spyglasses before the tension eases as you realize, oh, there's fireworks going.
God.
As you see a few, puffs of colorful firework go off. Not a big thing, but you realize that, it's no cause for alarm, seemingly. But as you get closer, the captain's like, well, who knows? Was JJ hurt?
Back in the fight, I should have healed up the fall by now, though, probably. I
Oh,
forgot.
yeah.
Yeah, it's been days.
Jesus.
I've had a full rest.
Oh, wow. The wind just kicked in heavy, and I had my window open, so my blinds just try to suck out the window from the pressure change. But
That's what that
also,
was?
no, that sound was my neighbor's trash can rolling down the street because today was trash day, and it was empty.
Oh no.
Trash cans
Yeah.
flying.
Yeah, that's why I stopped and I had to see what was going on. But
Oh.
so yeah, you have arrived to Kolezar, Jewel of the Modhur Archipelago. You see as you go into the bay the vast docks that crawl around it, dozens, perhaps hundreds of ships of varying size, from large, tall-masted ships to simple rowboats and fishing ships, either heading in or out to go for a day's catch. The people of the island, needing to be fed a large amount. But the city itself, you see, it's 3 tiers. Sorry, I have to go look at the map. I have finished. Sometime I'll have it ready by next week. But um,
Do you think you could take a snippet of the parts that are ready?
no, because it's embarrassing low. I only started it yesterday.
Mm.
Because it was one of those things. It was like it completely split my mind. I'm like, shit.
Yeah, so
Like,
perhaps
I looked
last
up
night
the-
while you were messaging me, I just said, "Hey, are you procrastinating again?"
Yeah, that's a good assumption. But if it's a Thursday before a game and I'm talkative, that's what's happening. Or a Saturday before Oasis Valley. But those are easier to prepare. But yeah. So the city, there are 3 tiers going up. It's a terraced, almost shaped like a ziggurat itself, although there are other smaller ziggurats placed about. If anyone wants to do a history check to see if they know a little bit of history for the city.
History. How good are you at history? Not good at all.
I have 2.
Erdrin, you can't say
Yeah,
you
may
can't
as
do that.
well.
You can't
Well,
have
Erdrin.
a 2 in that and fucking roll. God damn you.
Perfectly even 10.
Well, you would know. Maybe this might be actually kind of makes sense. Well, Erdrin, you would know a little bit deeper that before the islands actually became, the city states themselves, and in the aftermath of the deluge, it was actually halflings who were the ones who lived on these forested mountaintops originally. So you might have a little bit more detail on this, so it makes sense. But then it was actually they were kind of the ones who helped with the refugees who came in and helped settle them. But the city of Kolezar itself was created about 2.5 centuries after the deluge kind of calmed. And the city that was there was built around the mouth of the river that came down in several waterfalls to the ocean. Since it was such a great place for fresh water, and it was a protected bay, it just became a natural place for people to settle in. It became its own little port city in its own right. But one day, seemingly appearing without invitation and fanfare, several massive ships came to the island, crewed not by humanoids, well, humanoid in shape, but a group of fire giants and cyclops arrived and said that it had been foretold by prophecy that they were to help build a great city here, one of the first to be built after the deluge. And the people of of what became Kolezar were thrilled. And with the help of the giant kin, they built a grand terrace city that you see now with the river going down through the middle of it. The top of the where the river is the grand temple of Axis, the god of fresh water and rain, the god of rivers and rain. The partner of Lekarak, but Lekarak doesn't really have much of a presence here. There is some, but not significant. He's not very popular outside of like military stuff. But yeah, the city of Kolezar was one of the first big monumental constructions after the deluge, and it is considered one of the uh, gems of showing that collective humanity, not humanity as a vague word, but collective ability for people to rally and rebuild after great disaster.
I sure hope nothing
Even though
happens to the city.
Yeah, and that was several hundred years ago, and Kolezar has prospered since then. It's kind of Babylonian in look, There's a lot of
So, like
aqueducts
hanging
carrying fresh
gardens of
water.
Babylon.
Yeah. There's a lot of plant life around it. The capital ziggurat is like on the other end of the plaza where the Temple of Axis is, which is basically like the main god of Modhur. Since it was the gift of fresh water of this this river that let people survive. In suddenly a world covered in salt water.
Hmm.
But yeah, and
Dehydration.
yeah, I mean when you're everyone needs fresh water and suddenly that's all gone, you know, fresh water is worth more than gold. Not to get all Mad Max Waterworld, but
That's just Waterworld.
yeah, that's true. I realized
Yeah.
that as I said it. Well, I mean, they both have that whole thing of water's important, but
Water is a
anyways,
human need.
there is a point though as you're approaching the port, heading towards where the syndicate keeps their personal docks. You have the unfortunate encounter where a naval patrol ship, smaller than your ship but meant to be quick on the, you know, in the bay, just kind of like basically it's like the Coast Guard kind of showed up,
Hmm.
and the captain's like, hold on, as he calls you, JJ, over to him, because if it's someone we know, we should be good. If it's someone we don't, Miss Herna gave you the typical purse for bribes, right?
Yep. Got it right
All
here,
right,
boss.
keep it handy. And the smaller ship has you slow down, and these two naval officers board, and thankfully for for everyone on the ship, Captain Thorpe recognizes them and goes, ah, and very cheerfully you get to have a nice, pleasant conversation with them, and uh, Captain Thorpe, motions for you. Don't worry about the bribe money. As he pulls out a smaller pouch, and he goes, "Well, here's the typical docking fee, gentlemen. Hope to see you again next time." And they kind of nod, split the two pouches between them, tuck it discreetly, and they're like, "Well, ship dock. Well, clearly your ship is always up to shape, and yeah, festival is about to start, so we don't need to worry about looking over that paperwork to manifest. I'm sure it's fine." And Captain Thorpe tips his hat and goes, my thanks." He goes, "But festival?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, I guess if you're just showing up, you haven't heard. The Navy, grand victory against the Ruby Empire. They're coming. They're coming. They came home." And they gesture, and you saw that there were. Actually, I should have described this. Off to the other side, where the fort for the city kind of sits at the edge of the bay, where it can kind of block the entrance to it. You did pass by what looked to be like a majority of when you had departed, most of those docks were empty, but now they are back to full with what looks to be ships that have been through combat. Like in the midst of starting to get repairs. He goes, "Yeah, they showed up a day or two ago, and yeah, apparently it's such a big victory. It's something the Empire scurrying back that governor is declaring it a celebration."
Abby.
Yeah, and there's the boom of fireworks to go. Seems like getting started a little bit early, but there's going to be a firework show tonight, apparently. And you look out, and there is like a barge where they're setting them up.
Well, however the night pans out, say hi to kids for me.
Will do. Take care. And they depart and go to harass some other ship. So, and Thorpe nods to you, goes, "I'd say that bribe might, yeah, what do they say about what a bribe unspent is a bribe in your pocket for later?
Yep.
And so you pull into port, heading over to the Prism, the Prism Shipping Company dock. You know, the where you pull up, and you are greeted by. Hold on, where is it? Where's going? Where's my NPC list? Oh yeah. You find Ration. I don't have a thing for him, but this is how you spell his name. He is a tabaxi. Um, kind of orange, orange striped. Not quite full tiger, not quite like tomcat, but like Khajiit. But he nods and goes, "Oh, good, good. Boss was wondering if you're going to be on time. Apparently, the deadline's today. You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, good, good. Uh, we'll get it. We'll bring it in. We'll get it unloaded. Boss says if you showed up today, she wants you all to come see her so she can get you sorted before the festival and all that stuff. And I think she's actually talking to the clients for this. So,
Well,
and they kind of
hey, yo, Tiger, hold up. You
Hmm.
know, pull up and you get close and just whisper.
Yeah.
Might want to bring a few of the mages on standby.
Oh yeah, they boss told us that.
Yeah,
No.
lead box if you can.
They're not shipping it. He kind of rolls his eyes. Amateurs.
Yeah.
All right, we got it.
All right.
And he shouts out. He goes, "Get the containment crates. Yeah, the big one." And he's shouting off to someone as the dock workers start scurrying around.
Yeah,
And the crane
quickly,
that's there swings over, getting ready to haul it up.
They get ready to haul it up, and then it just floats up instead.
Oh, and that happens, and Ration's like, you're looking for a job at the docks because you could actually probably make better money doing that than this long term.
I'll consider it on my time off. Can't hurt. It could make me a little extra coin.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, just set it over there. Perfect. And
There
he
you
kind of.
go.
So DM, no, I did not mean to make the tabaxi go perfect.
Hey,
It
I
just
mean,
happened.
you might as well lean into it sometimes. I would do it if I was a cat person.
Like,
Yeah,
I didn't intend it. It just happened. It just was natural.
accept the consequences.
Yeah,
Yeah.
JJ will go over to the crew and address the. Well, good news, gang. Job's done.
Oh,
Eh,
so
I
I-
sense.
the map isn't populated, but this is basically what it looks like.
Mhm.
It's this little
I
like
sense
business area. Just looks like a shipping company.
Okay. Well, all right. It was nice to meet all of you.
I sense a butt coming.
Oh, there ain't no but. Job's done. We'll get you your pay sorted out, and you can go on your way and enjoy the festival tonight.
Oh, I should
Yeah,
change
what's
this.
up with
It's no
that?
longer motion.
Yeah, that was coming up, wasn't it? Good timing to come back right as it starts.
Hey, what's up with that festival? Don't think there would be one around this time normally.
Spontaneous. Good fortune against the Ruby Empire.
Oh, all
Well,
right.
so long as we get paid.
Yep, that we will. Well, I'll try to talk to the boss about getting some of that hazard pay.
suppose that would be nice. Thing is, you know.
Well, however it shakes out, it's officially out of our hands now. So.
Well, it was
So-
nice to work with all of
Yeah,
you.
So you're
Yeah.
just gonna walk off.
I guess that's that then.
Yeah.
But we didn't he just tell you
Yeah.
to get us and get
Yeah.
debriefed basically?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just gotta jump for one more hoop and then we're fine.
All right, let's go jump through it.
Or fly through
So-
it in your case.
Heh. He's taking a little break
Yeah,
right
so-
now.
So you head down towards the. Okay, this is a little more ominous, so I'll save that for later.
I was wondering, it's like, what the hell's going on? Are we gonna walk into a ghost house?
What? I mean,
Yeah, I think I was
considering
hoping more for.
what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I'll save that one for later. But
I was
I think
into
this
it.
is an appropriate one. And of iniquity, because as you descend the steps, heading through one of the there's a false wall that JJU and Krill are both very familiar with. Some of you have also passed through it. Well, actually, everyone is picking it up, but JJ and Krill, you're the ones who know the secret of opening it. And
Mhm.
slides open, revealing stairs leading down with some lanterns, some faint light. You know, these are like very weakly enchanted. They're just don't have to worry about oil. They're just always very low light. But
Mhm.
heading down, you are greeted to the familiar smell of home. You know, stale Nacarta kelp smoke on the air, mixed with stale beer as you come down to the bottom steps, and the little underground bar area is right there. You know, gotta have the bar right by the stairs so people can stagger down there or stagger up.
Mhm.
Actually, no, it would be further down because now that I'm actually. You know what, let's just put you on the map. We can have you show up. So actually, right there at the steps is the quarters, where some of you have a bunk there. When you pass by, you see there's a game of cards going on. Some rowdy shouts of excitement as hands are thrown down, and groans of disappointment as the pots split up between two players. Looks like someone's trying to sleep in there, or they're just passed out. You don't know. You pass by the contraband room, or like the storage room, where you see some people taking inventory or moving things about. Yeah, you see. Oh, what is that on the map there? Oh, it's Kita. What are you doing down there already?
It looks like the stairs. Oh, that's the
Oh.
stairs.
Yeah. So yeah, you arrived there, but
Gonna
I
lasso
mean, you could
her
all
back.
yeah, you could all heading down. The boss's office is down here at the very end, and
Mhm.
you walk by people. The bouncer basically is a guy that a flowborn. He used to be a pit fighter kind of brawler.
Mhm.
Before a bad fight left his knee he took a bad fall and his knee kind of got fucked up from it. So he's not a prize fighter anymore, but Miss Herna gave him a job here as basically like enforcer and bouncer because, yeah, she always made a profit betting on him when she would go. So, this is Broff Sods.
Pizza
And
gives
kind
some
of,
aid.
What's that name?
I'll take that
Yes.
down.
Thank you.
Hey, Broff Sods.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, Shrimp?
A different day.
You know how it is, Cubal. Same old kind of pats your. This Andre the Giant-sized hand just palms your bald head, gives you a rub.
Rubs it for luck.
Yep.
Well, he
I'm a
probably
lucky guy.
does. I mean, actually, yeah. He goes, hope that's a joke. He goes, maybe sometime the luck will rub into me sometime.
That's why I keep it smooth so everybody can enjoy.
So, and then he would point down the way. He goes, "Boss is waiting for you. Oh, she was really hoping you'd get here by today. Clients are weirdos that can't tell if they're pissed off or just I don't know. But boss has been a little bit agitated waiting, so let's get down there."
Yep.
So
Lovely.
you head down. You pass by the the living quarters and the storage room. Like I said, JJ and Krill. This is the armory for defensive and fighting purposes. This is an underground kind of cart system that they use to get towards the nearby sewer system. So for the smuggling purposes and getting, you don't want to bring something in by ship and then have to transport it through to town on a wagon and get caught there. So one of the ways they do it is you guys move things underground. Strangely, you see a pair of the guys stationed outside what is like a it was another storage room, but it would also sometimes doubled as like a brig or like drunk tank. Is that there was like a single like cage in there. Your group, they strictly don't do human trafficking. Again, air quotes for human to include everything, sentient people. But the thing is, sometimes someone needed to be put in a cage to calm down, or someone needed to be put in a cage before, as an alternative. It was like, hey, we're going to let you sit in here while you think about how many ways we can break your fingers before you tell us what we need, that kind of thing. But it's strange to see them go standing there, but they just kind of, two of the more bruiser members of the syndicate, they just kind of nod as you walk past down to the boss.
Do they have any suspicious bites?
No. I mean, one guy looks like he has a bite mark on his forearm, but that's an old scar that he says it was a wharf rat trying to get him when he was younger.
Okay.
Which DZ, post what a wharf rat looks like. Yeah, you see the bar and cooking area. People are, of course, drinking, even though it's like the middle of the day, and eating. This guy stumbles out, seeming to it's like, oh, JJ, you're back. You got to see it at the festival?
Hey, I'm life of the party. It don't start without me.
Oh yeah. Hoping you'd get back in time. All right, and he claps you on the back before. Looks like he's got to go join the festivities early. He was pre-gaming.
Oh, I hate that.
What?
Wharf rat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's awful, but I love it.
Yeah. Primal Tide Rats. They survived and naturalized. But
They're like little shark rats.
Yep.
Wretched creature.
Yeah, which is really funny. Now you have context for that story Ioane has about being a kid and bringing one home. Like half the size of his dad as he's carrying it in like a kid carrying a puppy. And it's like, can I keep it? As it's just like, rah, 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 rah. And his dad's like, no.
Absolutely not.
He would be that kind of kid.
Yeah.
It's not a problem for me.
So yeah, you head down here. Normally there's not really people standing guard, but you see two more of the more enforcer types that you've worked with, Krill, standing there. They kind of nod at your approach. He goes, "Hey, boss wanted privacy, but she said to let you all come in if you got here today. So they stand aside and open the gates for you. You want to come down here?"
Right on.
Oh yes, I should put Kloop on the map too. He's important. Everybody loves Kloop.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, and you my main shield.
We're coming down that way.
Yeah.
Like I said, Erdrin has no idea that he's been hired by basically a sort of mob. He's just like, these people are really eccentric.
Yeah. So you get down there. They open the doors and hold on, let me reveal areas. As you step inside, it's a fairly decorate. It's a nicely decorated office. It's not too big. You see a very nicely carved desk. Where sitting behind it, you see the late middle-aged elf. She's sitting there behind her desk. Her normally cheerful face kind of creased in a frown is standing across the desk from her with its talons pressed against the desk as it's leaning forward intently. You see an Ettercap leaning forward, wearing partially armored robes that it's leaning forward, kind of looking at her intently, and the conversation they're having seeming to pause as you step inside here. I'll reveal. You step inside and see these two Ettercaps, one wearing robes that are partially armored, the other one a tall, a bit bulkier, different, with heavier armor. This dark metal with brilliant green highlights, which I will post what they look like.
JJ will not speak to interrupt the conversation. He'll just do a little salute to the boss.
Actually, I will. I have to find out. Oh God, I have so many. Why do I do this to myself? I'll find their models later. Like sometimes they're in downloads, sometimes they're in the Brian and Tide folder, sometimes they're in my D&D folder. I just need to
Find out which goddamn folder you put them in at the time.
Yeah.
Where your brain's like, this is where this one belongs.
Yeah, or it's like, oh, I forgot to move it out of the downloads folder. And it's lost in the abyss that it is. But yeah, stepping in, the Ettercaps pause and turn to look at you, their mandibles clicking. They're not mandibles, they're chelicerae, kind of clicking together as they pause their conversation. Then Vithelna leans forward out of the chair and kind of stands and goes, "Oh, good, JJ, you're here," she says, kind of with a mild hint of annoyance that I would, you know what, I'd say you've known her long enough that you and Krill would know her long enough that this doesn't require an insight. Rest of you might be like, oh, what a bitch, kind of, but you get the sense that her annoyance isn't at you, but it is disguised to be aimed at you when it is actually aimed at this person, the Ettercap.
Yeah. I want to vent some of my frustration, but I can't afford to antagonize my clients. So exactly. I will pretend to be mad with the peon.
Exactly. It goes, so, Glad you were able to make it back. Were you successful? As you can all file into the chamber.
Yes,
You realize
ma'am.
that the armored Ettercap looks more like a bodyguard. They're just kind of peer at each of you as you enter, just kind of almost like assessing you as a threat.
Kita smiles at them and gives them a little wave.
Yes, ma'am. Package has been retrieved. Is now being loaded and prepped.
Perfect. And the Ettercap kind of leans in and goes, "Is it whole? Is it damaged?"
He'll share a glance with the boss to get a feel for how much liberty he's at for saying.
She just kind of gives like a nod of like, "Oh, you better, they'll see it eventually." Kind of look.
Yeah, true that. Look, we did find a little bit of it busted up, but we tried to repair it best as we could. Don't worry, we didn't look in it. We got propriety.
Who was it that tried to steal our prize?
You want the full truth, sir?
They kind of bristle at that, and Vithelna kind of gives a discreet comment. Goes, "This is Matriarch." Right, she has a convoluted name because I do this to myself. This is Matriarch's Vashfrin Vevral. I'll post that. Matriarch's Vashfrin was the one who hired us for this job.
Apologies, ma'am. But, if you want the full truth of it, is that the previous crew went missing. To a man.
And yet the cargo was recovered.
Yes, cargo had been salvaged by a trio of hags. We put down 2 of them, third one escaped.
And you're sure she was not on your ship this entire trip back? We would prefer not to have outside menace like that.
Neither would we.
And as far as all of you can tell, unless she was ethereal the entire time, you got no clue.
Mm-hmm.
But more than likely, considering the storm was created
Yeah.
at the island after you left, not sure if she's, stayed behind. I'm pretty sure she stayed behind.
Certain as
If I
sunrise,
may-
she was not on board. We didn't have a single stowaway, not even a single rat.
If I may, there was a storm brewing after we left, which betrays that she was behind us and quite unhappy.
You're a little far away, Nora.
God damn it. If I may, as we were leaving, there was quite a storm brewing behind us, which probably betrays that she was there and none too happy.
Yes. And Vithelna kind of nods and goes, "Well, if you kill 2 of her coven sisters, perhaps it's best none of you go near that island again."
Hey, we tried to talk to him.
Gonna just
No
elbow.
argument for me.
Just got an elbow. It's like, let me do the talk. Could do some.
Okay, I was just giving information. Kita
The
looks
random
at the,
ambience laughter, I'm just like, who's laughing?
I mean, all the guys down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kita
You
looks
said there's
at
lots
the,
of games and eating and stuff.
Kita looks at the bodyguard and gives her a wink.
Why are you winking at a spider, knowing that the spider can't wink back?
Yeah,
Trying to
they-
microaggression me?
Yeah, they look at,
No.
like, their head swivels a bit, and they, like, kind of give you this look like, I'm not sure what that was.
Okay, what
Also-
would be a flirty look for a bug person?
Right. Well, yeah, it would still be the same reaction. It's just like, I, like, they were not. This is not a situation she was expecting that. But if anyone wants to do like a history check,
Yeah.
there are ettercaps within Modhur. You know, the islands. There's not big populations of them, but
Let's see what
Um,
happens. Yeah, don't know anything about fucking air caps. He's like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. you have met with
Oh my
ettercaps,
God.
but you haven't really paid much attention to like their fashion sense. Like there's some that have worked with you, but they've usually just like dressed like locals do. These ones seem a little more fancier. As Joshua, you can't place where this is, but these are definitely not local ettercaps. The style of outfit is pretty foreign, and you know, being a smuggling syndicate, you're used to dealing with stuff from other nations and stuff, and you can't really place this one. It's just like, they must have come from some distance if you don't recognize it. But other than that, she got the Thelna Herna, the leader of your boss. She goes, so payment, and she kind of like looks around as if she's trying to remember where she put it before pulling out like a small chest, pretty small, or more of a lockbox really. She thumps it onto the desk, and for most of you, it's like, that sounds pretty hollow. Like for the sound it made, that sounds hollow. Then you see her, JJ, you and Krill would know what this is, as she fiddles with what looks to be like a combination dial on the side, but it's several combination dials that she's like muttering to herself and spinning them, and then there's a click and it swings open, and there are 5 individual pouches that she hands out to each of you. Then she snaps at shit as she used her vault box. It's a Telbis Dias relic, which you would recognize by the symbology of the dragon embossed on the lid, where it's connected to a vault at the bank so that you can withdraw from there using the specific combinations and seemingly in individual amounts.
That's really
Handy.
fun.
That's very handy.
Which is actually an item that first showed up in the Meldrick game, because the payroll would basically do that every time the group finished a contract. They're like, where can we get one? But yeah, so you are all paid very handsomely, and she goes, and since there was some she kind of glances at the Ettercap, who like meets the gaze, meets the look. She goes, I assume that I don't know, but she goes, well, let's just say call a little bit of hazard pay, why don't we? And yeah, you have a nice hefty bonus. I'm not going to say how much it is because gold doesn't really mean anything in this story.
We're all gonna die.
So you can say you have a hefty reward. So like in case like a story thing, like you need to bribe someone or something, whatever, or want to purchase things. You just got paid. You're flush. So and Kloop,
Much obliged.
or not Kloop, Grund. Jesus, Grunt.
Yes.
I want you to do an insight check as a wizard.
Sure. I don't know if that's good for me or not, but we'll find out. Oh,
Probably
hey, it's
not.
one of the 4 skills I'm good at.
Hey, okay.
Dang. Watching this matriarchs and kind of like looking her over, you kind of DBZ power sense scale her as you realize, much like it's I'm not saying it's the same radiation signal, but just as how there was necrotic power within that device, you realize that much like yourself, Matriarch's Vashran is a necromancer. Fairly skilled one from the powers that you can kind of, scout or level checker.
Game recognizes game.
Basically. Oh yeah, isn't that Billy Bones from Treasure Planet?
Yes, it is.
There is totally a
Come on,
twin
Kloop.
somewhere.
You have enough so that you can have your pick of the orphanage.
We're not actually letting them eat orphans, right?
And Kloop goes, "Oh, the orphanage is what they call where they send bodies that aren't claimed. It's for ghouls like me and such.
Okay.
The orphanage is a joke.
So,
That was a good clever cover.
Plus, he likes to scare children by saying, "We're going to go get me a snack at the orphanage."
Yeah, it's in character.
As we all know, evil wizards' primary weakness is children, so that you need to scare them off.
Yeah.
It's
It's
just a
like
self-generating
birds.
problem.
Yeah, it's like animals having really bright colors to warn predators that they're poisonous. Evil wizards need to do the same to children.
So, and Vithelm is like, so, if all of you may go proceed as you would like for the festival. Enjoy yourselves. Don't spend all that pay at once, although I'd be impressed if you did. But, JJ, Kriller, think I could chat with you a second.
Of course, boss.
And she goes, if you'll excuse me, matriarchs. And she kind of does that click of the Chelicera, the fangs, and it's just like, you don't know. Urgent, you would know Ettercaps enough to be like, it's like the equivalent of like a scoff, like an annoyed scoff, but there's a nod, and the two of them head out, following the rest of the group out of the chamber, leaving just as they seem to be heading towards the stairs. But
As the door closes, you hear a, "You doing anything later?"
but it would just be JJ and Krill inside the room. So evict you guys. So she the syndicate leader, Miss Verna, she kind of sighs as she sits back down. She goes, well, that could have... Your timing, I wish it was sooner, could not have been better. Now that they're here so close to their deadline, they're out of here faster.
Yeah, all as much. That boss was bad luck.
No, I imagine. And Sun's Pride didn't make it. That's gonna be an issue, but...
Not a single soul or body, ma'am.
Troubling. Do you have any idea what might have happened?
Well, I managed to procure this. He pulls out the old journal of the Sun's Pride captain's log. But seemed that box was putting up some bad mojo. Everyone was getting dreams, and seems the whole crew, if I had to guess, just jumped aboard at once.
Well, I'll be and I guess your timing was even more perfect, so it doesn't have to stay in our storage room too long. We moved on. Although, wait, are you telling me they didn't use lead?
Nope.
Amateurs.
Yeah, no, we had to improvise.
Well, thanks for showing the initiative. How the rest of the group do? She kind of looks to both of you for both of your assessment.
I said, but we performed amicably.
Krill nods and just muttered, "Is they all good?"
Of course, some of them don't work well together, so in case we ever hire some of them, we don't put them on the same gig. Otherwise,
Gotcha.
though, went swimmingly.
She kind of chuckles at that. She goes, well, swimmingly for the cockatrice and Captain Thorpe at least, and the rest of you, so that's good. I was worried that I'd have to send the third ship.
At that point, boss, it's a lost cause.
Indeed. Although, knowing the matriarchs, she would have insisted we send 5 ships if it took it.
But if they
They
wanted
wanted
so
that.
badly, they'd get it themselves. Because,
I had to tell them that a few times while we were waiting for your return, so kind of chuckles.
like I said, boss, that box got bad vibes.
Even after we put more metal on it, still leaked.
Good. Although, yeah, what the hell? It's out of our hands already. I was gonna wire it down to the docks and tell them to get, seal it up tight, but
I already passed word along.
oh, good. Ashen should handle that. No problem then.
So, how about that festival?
Oh, yes. And she kind of gives this eye roll. Governor's wanting to praise the Admiral Duran upon his return for another grand victory for Modhur against the tyranny of the Empire and the Maricians. You know how it goes. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think he's just looking for an excuse to stand up in front of everyone and talk our ears off like every other time there's some festival or holiday.
Well, can't blame a bird for wanting to show its feathers.
Oh, if you knew what I knew about that bird, his true feathers, he keeps hidden quite well, my friends. Kind of chuckles. Either way, I'm proud of you both. Good work, fellas. And she goes, and for your personal bonuses, she goes and pulls out an additional sack of, pouch money each. Because, you're her boys.
Mm-hmm.
We are senior staff.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh god, did we accidentally? Oh my god, we accidentally made the villains that TT the 3 Japanese cartoon villains where it's the lady, the tall guy, and the squat guy.
Yep.
Doraemon? No, that's the.
No, I think it is Doraemon.
But yeah,
it's the villain, the terrible trio in anime.
Yeah. Every bad guy group needs the big one, the skinny one, and the lady one.
Lady one.
So, sorry, I just had that realization because it's the 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yes, we are the Balkan Skull.
And just a reminder what Vithelma looks like, I'll show her. Come on, Discord.
Go on.
very well dressed. I can't do her voice, but if any of you know the actress Shore Anglashu, I getting better at pronouncing her name, I swear.
Yeah, I know the one.
Yeah, Lakshmi or Christian from Expanse.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah, that really deep husky voice.
Uh-huh. Oh, wait. Some of you would actually know it, DZ. She's the voice that you used for the Shockwave
Yeah.
one time. But anyways,
Oh,
yeah, that was a speech she gave, or like one of the best monologues she does in the Expanse show. I love that show. Anyways,
Yeah. She's got a very delightfully husky voice.
but
husky woman voice.
yeah, she passes over your awards, and she's just like, well, you enjoy yourselves. I have another meeting I gotta get to. Politics, you know how it goes.
Ah, the joys of
Either-
leadership.
Ah, yes. Hopefully, I can get the other syndicates to stop being tools and leave our trade routes alone. Honestly, I was worried that it was one of them who took out the Sun's Pride, but what you're telling me, no luck.
Well, if they're so keen on remaining tools, put them to work.
Just needs to be in the right hands, huh? Well, enjoy yourselves, fellas. That goes for you too, Kriller.
He tilts his head at that and gestures the door, kind of like, "Do you need my help?"
Nah, we got it. You've been out at sea for a while. Rest up, enjoy the festival. Probably have
Yeah,
work for you
balls.
tomorrow. No worries.
He just nods. More balls.
Besides, Clamps, I got an important job for you.
Actually turns and tilts his head slightly at that, kind of like an O.
Of course, we're going to be playing cards all night. You need to keep them honest.
Right.
God damn it.
How's the David for?
As I come through on Callie's side.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming through on both sides, just so you know.
Like stereo. So, yeah, you two head back out to meet with the others, and so, yeah, you just got paid. Festival's going on. What y'all want to do? Bright sunny day in Motor, and you know it's a
We're on
nice
top
day.
of the
There's
world.
festivals going on. You just got paid. Some of
I
you
wanna find
got
some
some
fresh
nice
corpses.
upgrades.
Oh, all right.
I wish to observe the horrors.
I'm gonna head out into
actually, that-
town. It was nice working with everybody.
Hiya.
I'm gonna take off.
That's
So-
it? You're headed out?
Well, I was only hired for the one job, so I'm gonna enjoy a bit of the festivities and then head home.
Alright.
That's your
I'm
prerogative.
also gonna...
I gotta get back to my
Hey,
other job.
Your, bug raising?
My bug raisin and the mint, as I'm sure you've noticed.
The mint?
The mint. He smells like mint, remember?
Oh, right. It was, admittedly,
A bit much.
very relieving. No, it's quite relieving, actually.
Most people don't like it.
How many of your eyes go to look at Grund?
Yes.
Because so one thing that's about Haruto, just like normal leeches, they can have anywhere between 2 to 8 eyes or more. Some
Oh.
leeches have eyes going down the entire length of the body.
Oh, that's awesome.
Haruto don't get that much, but unless they're like Asimar Haruto. Oh god, Haruto version of Quiet Hearts.
Oh my god, its eyes all the way.
I mean, considering how Haruto came about eating God's blood, I'm sure there is an Asimar or two.
Well, no, Naruto were a
Yeah.
species, but it was the gods that fed on the gods' blood. So yeah, that would. Actually, hold on. If I go look at the Saint Sanguisuga art that the guy did years ago, I think it might actually have eyes going down the length. But so, what do y'all want to do?
Erdrin's gonna shake everybody's hands and say goodbye, and he's gonna wander out into town. If anybody wants to follow him, that's
You
fine.
don't want to hang out with your party before you head off.
Well, it would be nice, but I don't have a lot of time. There's a.
All right.
We took this job because it's slotted right in the middle of some other responsibilities. It was nice to make a little extra cash. I mean, I'm gonna stay in town for a while, so if you see me out there, just say hi.
You'll do. I guess I'll go see my brother, see how he's holding up. See if he's gonna go enjoy this big festival like everyone else.
So, you all depart. Most of you going. So the festival area is in the big market area. You know, the Grand Bazaar kind of area. So, you find yourself doing that awkward thing of it's like, okay, well, see you later, bye, and then you all walk basically in the same direction, because that's where the orphanage is, and other stuff. You have to go to the undermarket, which is in the middle terrace, below ground. So, but you all head out. Let's change the ambience a little bit. Oh, I did like that. Use that one again later. Testing. Pay no attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure it will not be relevant.
I'm sure that's fine.
Okay, so you head out back above ground, and you hear a few more fireworks go off occasionally. Nothing too extravagant. They're saving that for the big show later tonight. Banners are hung up. The people are chatting excitedly, saying, you actually kind of fall into like a stream of people as they're heading up towards the festival area in the middle terrace, where you hear people saying that the governor's called for people to gather there, for the official honoring and set off the celebration. But you can chat and stuff if you want as you're heading up there. For DM purposes, I'm saying you're all still kind of like loosely heading in the same direction, so you're all kind of together. So it's not Monster of the Week. I'm not splitting you up yet.
What do the rest of you got plans to do?
I'm going to buy some corpses.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yummy.
They're not all for eating.
Very much.
I know.
You are a necromancer, so again, that makes sense.
And Kloop is like, maybe a nibble?
I mean, some are going to be for eating, yes.
Okay. But as you're walking, you start falling into the crumbs.
Come on, we had a nice, successful job together. Let's just,
The job is over, so I can say this right now. I genuinely detest you, and it has taken every ounce of my restraint not to kill you on sight.
Like you think you could. That's cute.
Yes, I do think I could. It's very possible.
Just making it worse.
And, if you continue to annoy me, I will attempt to kill you.
I will smite you. You know this.
Okay.
As you might be a few steps behind where Kita's needling Grun JJ. As you're walking, you realize, oh shoot, got to hand this back to the boss. As you realize, in your pocket is the little enchanted compass, pointing towards the crate.
Well, I'll be back there before long.
And
As
you
for
do
the-
see it like moving. It seems to be already in motion.
Well, to answer your question,
All right,
Tim,
JJ.
I intend to enjoy myself.
Good. You should. You did good.
Which, speaking of, you see as you climb up the large steps that link the terraces. One thing about Kolezar, going in between the terraces, there's a lot of steps. People got some good calves in the city.
I'm sure
There's a
there
lot of
is a
stairs in
bill
this city.
somewhere buried in all the bureaucracies. Like, this isn't wheelchair friendly. And
Well,
the
that's the thing.
bureaucrats are very much, we don't care.
Well, yeah, there is that, but there is places where you can, sometimes it's used for like cargo, but there are places where you can like step onto a platform sledge that like goes up and down the slope. And there's
Elevators and stuff.
lifts. Yeah, there's lifts, elevators, and it's not super advanced, but there are the aqueducts, some of which are used for transporting and
One of my favorite things I saw from Ioane's home setting is they have gondolas. Like, kind of like the ones you see at ski resorts.
Yeah. Those are actually fairly common. You'll see something like that over in Ultec, but here, because the city's built more like a Babylonian Minas Tirith, for lack of a better word.
Hell yeah!
It's gondolas don't really work here, but yeah. Oh god, can you imagine Ioane trying to use goblin gondolas?
Yeah, no, he frequently had to look up at that shit. It's like, great, I gotta go walking.
It's not that they won't, it's like the weight limit's okay, but it's only if I'm the only one on there, and that gets people upset.
Yeah. He never skipped leg day as a matter of necessity.
Mm-hmm. And always having to crouch to get into places. But so, yeah, the festival seems in not full swing yet. People are excited, and you do see that there are like little areas where games of chance can be done, or like little, like little games that people would do, like tossing bags of sand through hoops, the medieval version of cornholing, that kind of thing. Or like knocking over, stack of cans with a ball or whatever, that kind of thing. It's straight up like a festival or fair going on here.
Yeah.
Hey.
You see, you hear people calling out, and it's just like, "You there with the shady head? Would you like to try your luck, sir?" As you look over, and there is some guy with like a little table, and it's like a three-card Monty type setup.
Mm-hmm.
It's like catch the pearl between the shells, see what follow it, what a prize, and it's literally like a pearl with some shells. It's literally a shell game.
Why not? I'll try it.
So he's going to go. Goes, all right, and he goes, here's for the buy-in, and he gestures, and it's. You realize that maybe he might not be like one of the official like attractions, but just an opportunist who showed up and has just slipped in. Is like,
Yeah,
I
he's
belong
smiling.
here. You know,
Yeah.
and so the buy-in is a lot higher than you've seen like some of the other games of chance and stuff.
Mhm.
But so, do a perception check. Try and follow it, or an insight, which either of those.
I'll roll at advantage.
And so you're spending a luck point.
Yep.
Okay, you didn't have to. You can use those after you roll, but
Oh right, yeah.
but I mean, if you said it, no take
Yep.
backs.
No takebacks.
So yeah, you're keen enough. This isn't the first time you've done these. You've probably run this scam a few times yourself when you were younger, but yeah, you can clearly see the pearl. He's making the pearl dance between the shells. And this guy's good. He's like flipping through it very well, but you're able to catch on, and you're like, you point to that one. It's like, oh, not bad, not bad. He goes, double it for more. And
Maybe if I was a betting man, but you got a good thing going here.
all right, so you take your winnings.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He goes, all right.
Best of luck with the next sucker.
And he goes, you too, bald man. And he goes, step right up, you sir, with the tusks. Come on up. And another person steps up. So, yeah, there's just the air of joviality. The sky's blue. There's pale clouds up there. The sun's shining gently. People are milling about excitedly. And, yeah, and as you go through, there is like a stand area for announcements as you hear people going, oh, governor's getting ready to talk. And
Oh boy.
as you're getting ready to disperse, you kind of pause as the crowd kind of congeals around it as you see the governor, which I did post what he looked like. Did I post what he looked like?
You did post
Oh,
it.
yes, and the general. As you see an older man getting on in his years. Not like elderly, but, older.
Mature.
Mature. Hairline is definitely receding. His hair is swept back. It's definitely graying from, graying, nicely dressed, very extravagant, materials. Definitely likes to display the wealth of the city, the city state, as he stands there and he goes, welcome, my friends, citizens all, and visitors. Glorious to be here, is it not? Kolezar is our jewel of the sea, and cannot be that without all of you. But in addition to celebrating everyone here, I would like to bring attention to the brave sailors of our navy, who diligently work to keep us safe from the threats that bound the Ruby Empire and the Maricians. This is DM. He's a little more. Both the Ruby Empire, and the Maricians covet our rich jungles and our resources. They wish they had what we have, don't they? And there's this, cheering. Probably not as big of a cheer as he hoped. As it goes, and you realize that he's thaumaturgically boosting his voice. Not quite like, doesn't quite like have a microphone, but something's boosting his voice. He goes, and at the forefront of our mighty fleet, I give you Admiral Durin, who just returned from a grand victory against the Ruby Empire. And everyone begins to applaud as, did not take a picture of him? You see, there.
The guy we're actually here for.
Yeah. You see a brine dwarf step up, beard braided into a complex, braids with jeweled bangles and such. They Urgent, you recognize his armor is chitin forged, or chitin mold,
Oh.
similar to yours, but not as heavy.
Bucky.
Oh. But very nicely done. You instantly recognize the craftsmanship is superb. And he stands up there. He kind of gives a wave. Clearly doesn't look like he's comfortable being the talkative type in front of the crowds people, unless they're like his sailors.
Yeah.
But it was Admiral Duran's bravery and strategic cunning that drove the Empire back to their twisted waters. And for that, and for his years of service, I would personally like to thank him. And he turns and shakes his hand, and he goes, and hopefully many, many more years of peace and security assured by our sailors. Thank you. Enjoy yourselves. Remember, the Modhur shines only as bright as its people. And there's a polite applause, as he, waves and departs. Not his grandest speech, but people seem they're like, okay, now we can get to the celebration.
We were we were all basically waiting for him to do his speech so we could go up play at the game.
Basically, yeah.
Like, okay,
yeah, basically.
Yeah, we'll listen to you. Get over it. Come on.
Yeah, and he might have been self-aware enough to realize that. He's just like, okay, better not,
Another person comes on the stage and, hey, everybody, isn't it great being alive? Oh, we all love it so much. Being alive.
Oh, yeah, someone does that. They're dragged away. Black bag.
Living is great. We all enjoy it.
So, yeah, you have a festival surrounding you. Don't have to go through it, to details. Just, people are milling about. Gita, you kind of glance around, maybe hoping you see your brother, but doesn't seem he made it out here. Or, he could be out in the throng. You're not sure. But
yeah.
Other than that, yeah.
Too many people are having fun. We need to change that.
So, Grund.
Hmm?
As you and Kloop are heading towards the orphanage, I assume.
Yep.
He goes, "Hey, boss, I know you told me not to think or take initiative on things, and always tell you before I do something, but don't be mad." And he reaches into his armor. He doesn't really have pockets, but he pulls out. You think at first it's like a focus crystal that he pocketed from somewhere. It's not the first time he's picked up something and he's like, "Hey, boss, this looks neat. Is it useful?" But then you realize as he's holding it, that's not crystal. That's like a fragment of ice, like a shard of ice. Not quite icicle, but crystalline shape. And he kind of looks around and he goes, "I got this for you, boss." And he kind of discreetly tries to hand it over to you.
Did that come from cargo clue?
Yeah, it fell off when I was helping make the box. It just fell out right in front of me.
All right. Hold on to that for now. Need to find a proper container.
Okay.
You there, boy! Give me a box of iron.
What? You just the
box of iron. Give it to me, and I shall give you gold.
Oh, there's a blacksmith over there. They're carrying a wooden crate of like candied apples. They look like they're like some kid that got brought on to help their parent man the booth.
Fine. You get,
Bob's Burger style.
a silver for you then. When I go to the blacksmith and get a nice lead box to put this in.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to purchase one very easy, and it's not too big. It's so it's you're able to stash that in. And Coop's like, "You want me to carry it for you, Buster? You got it."
Yes, you're carrying it, of course.
Okay.
I will commend you for the adequacy of this thought you had.
And he does his horrible grin with like his mangled lips and horribly sharp teeth. But you see him lift up his like the chainmail part of his armor, and you realize the storage he has is like an open wound that he has in his side. And he's just like slurp. Okay,
Yeah,
safe.
I know.
This is how the audience learns, much to their discomfort.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys get to learn that. I knew all along. I told him to make that
So
incision.
you realize that he was smuggling a piece of necromantic ice in his body.
Where else you could have put it?
Yeah, that's true.
He can't afford pockets.
I did have a zombie OC years ago who they had a stomach wound, and so they would use it as storage, and it grossed everyone out.
I mean,
They got a little worried when he suddenly pulled out a stick of dynamite, and they're like, "You're just carrying that around inside you?" And he goes, "Where else would I keep it? It's moist in there. No sparks."
Everybody's so upset when the robot puts the dynamite in his chest.
God damn you.
Oh, Benedict. But, so, yeah, festival's going on. Grunge, you just learned your ghoul is something of a little kleptomaniac sometimes. But,
Gonna keep an eye
Yeah.
on, but it was convenient in this case.
yeah, rest of you have a nice time. Anything you wanted to do specifically at the festival?
Not Kita. Just like festivals aren't like really her thing.
you're far away again.
Yeah, I know. I knocked over my headphones. I was readjusting them.
Okay.
Yeah, Kita. No, she's gonna go toward the hospital.
Okay, that is
JJ,
in the
he's not-
that is in the middle terrace where this is, but it is it's basically you have to go through the festival to get to it. It's like on the other side of this plaza area. But what was that, JJ?
JJ's simply partying like it might be his last.
Erdrin's gonna go.
Why would you
Our
say
health
that?
it will be.
Erdrin's gonna go from food booth.
With help
to
from
food
viewers like
booth.
you.
Thank you.
So-
as you do, you go from food booth to food booth and sample one thing and move on.
Oh,
Nice.
absolutely. JJ loves to eat.
That is what Erdrin's
Yep.
doing too, so he might run into you on the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you will run into JJ. He's got like several skewers of different meats. It's like, hey, little man, you gotta try this.
Oh, well, okay, you gotta try this, and he's gonna hold up.
Yeah, just swap exchange. Oh, that's good.
That was down that way. This one's pretty good too. I'm gonna go find some more of that. They just pass by.
And as JJ.
Oh.
There's a moment where as you're chatting with someone or, talking, not paying too close attention, you kind of bump into someone, that kind of thing where it's just like, oh, whoops, sorry. as you realize you bumped into a fairly tall Sahagin fellow. Just kind of nods. He goes, "No worry, brother." As he's like, "Just here, have one. Fresh shipment. We just offloading it." And he hands you like an orange in your hand. As you realize, he hands it with his upper pair of arms, as the lower pair is holding like a large basket.
He bites it. He whips out his knife. He peels it a little bit, and he's like, "Oh, that's juicy."
Yeah, we just brought him all the way from the Foremean. Nice and fresh. Got to make sure you fight that scurvy. And
all
he
day,
goes-
every day.
he goes, "Well, enjoy offloading these, but then we gotta leave." And you see this Sahagin fellow go talking with some others. He's the only one of this little group that has 4 arms. And you hear as he steps by, just one of them go, "Bilge fin you out. We gotta get going. We're shipping off."
Nice guy.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Bilge fin
Grandpa
is old.
Piss is immortal and will never die.
And this is before he lost his arms.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, let's see. Kita. Krill,
Yeah,
is there
yes.
anything you were doing? Kind of got around and chatted with everybody. You just hanging out?
Krill's been hanging out, but like surprisingly for someone so big, he'll vanish from time to time. He'll come back with like another like with like a skewer or some sort of food item. So it's pretty obvious he's hitting the stalls somewhere.
Nice.
Though like the only like really weird thing to note is like he does pick up a have you seen crab cakes where they're like the shell's still there? They cooked like the crab cake into the shell, so it's almost like a bowl.
Yeah.
He picks up one of those and he eats it whole, crunching right through the chitin. Like that
Much
does
fun.
draw a few like attention because it's just very loud crunching. But like this other Karkanos doing the same fucking thing. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
It's not weird. It's just loud.
Yeah, some of them are like, it's like, "Hey, when you're done, give me the shells. They're the best part."
Yeah, exactly. It's like, ooh, calcium boost. Let's go.
So, yeah, there's a point where I think you and Kita almost bump into each other as Kita's getting, working her way through to the hospital. And
Hey, Krill.
Just nods, just a loud crunch as he's halfway through one.
yeah, you don't have jaws, so that's like, wonder what that's like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
It's just a battery of mandibles.
Could go for some blood.
oh yeah, there are decent Haruto population, so there would be blood, sausages, and other treats.
Oh yeah. Seeing him eating is like, man, now I'm hungry.
Yeah, you'd be, it's not like an earth blood sausage, but I mean, it's like it's like a sausage skin stuffed with some bloody meats and stuff with a lot of blood in it. Because apparently you can
Juicy.
feed pet leeches by just filling up a sausage skin with like frozen cow's blood, and they love it.
Other ways some
Aw.
people do it is if you just like get like a leg from a butcher and just like pump a bunch of blood into it.
Oh,
I've seen
yeah.
people do that. Yeah, as long
Inject
as there's
it
a
in.
skin or something with the contain the blood and they have something to crunch on, they're fine.
Yeah. And yeah, there's stuff like that for you, or for Harutos. Typically, only other Haruto are there, but you do see, like, sometimes there's, like, a ghoul that... that's actually one thing I meant to mention, that throughout the city, occasionally you will see what... They're always, like, covered in like head to toe with like drapery or bandages. You do see that there is undead labor in the form of like some skeletons or zombies that are moving around, like pulling wheelbarrows or pushing, stacking crates, that kind of thing. And there are the occasional ghoul, but they are always with someone like Grunt. But and you see like when you get one, there's like a ghoul there who's like, they stop by and pick one up before scurrying off to catch up with the necromancer that they were following. Golezar actually has a pretty decent amount of necromancers compared to most places. It's not illegal, it's regulated. Might not be the best regulated, but it's regulated. But yeah. But there is a moment where two of you are just kind of pause it to chat for a moment. Which one of your passive? What's your passives? The two of you, Kita and Krill.
Not terribly high, but let me check my passive.
My passive is 16.
I'm trying to remember where it is in this. Oh, there it is, 15.
Okay, yeah, you would both. Kita, you would notice it first, and you kind of like nudge Krill, but by that point, Krill noticed it. It's like passing from side to side. Off in the distance, like in one of the areas that's more, the street area where the stream of people. You've seen people pushing carts and stuff are going by. Slow, but still people are, moving stuff for the festival. But pretty easy to spot it because it draws your attention because it's a big thing being moved through the city. But you look over and see that there is a cart that has something rectangular in the back, but it's covered in a tarp, and some riding horses or draft birds. The big heavy axe beaks are pulling it. As you see, walking alongside it, not steering it, you see the matriarchs and Vithilma in seemingly deep conversation as the armored Etterkep is the one steering it, as they seem to be heading off towards the steps towards the upper terrace.
Does that look like the?
Sorry.
Letters.
Krill sees that and he's staring at it, just like almost boring holes.
Yeah. In your head, you hear, does that look like our cube?
He makes a.
It would be about the same size, yeah.
He just does a slow nod and a grunt.
It's weird that it's over here, right?
No.
And Krill, the weird thing for you is you've never seen the boss out in public with a client transporting contraband like this. That's what's got the Kill Bill sirens going off in your head. Like, oh, something's not right. She never does this. Like, she's considered like a businesswoman because the Prism shipping company actually does ship things occasionally, legitimately. So
it's not a good look.
This is practically grunt work for her.
And she seems to be having a fairly intense conversation with the matriarchs, the Etterkep. But the previous annoyance that she had, I guess you couldn't really tell since it's far off. But if do an insight, perception or insight for you, whichever one you want to do.
It's probably perception.
Krill specifically.
Is my insight?
She would have context knowing
the
cell no longer.
My insight's garbage. I'm gonna try perception.
Oh right, it's not quite hard.
No.
Okay, yeah, it's too far off and to really they seem to be deep in conversation, but you can't really judge what their, the mood of the conversation is as they pass by and are swallowed up by the crowd again.
Getcha.
You're pretty sure they didn't notice you two because, there was a whole crowd of people in between them. They were focused on where they were going and talking.
No, I get you.
But,
Kita's gonna. Is that the in the direction that I'm going?
No. The hospital temple for Saint Sanguisuga is on this terrace, and you looking out, you can see it. And it's within eyesight. You were literally just heading off to go there when you ran into Krill and just stopped to have a little chat. But they are going towards the upper terrace.
Does she want to see her brother first, or does she want to stir up shit first?
Up to you. I would say that you probably did see some other people from the hospital. You would recognize them from their uniforms. They're usually the red with the white trim, or vice versa. But not anyone that you would personally recognize. You don't really spend a lot of time there and know his coworkers.
No. Yeah. I'm gonna go. I'll go see my brother.
Okay. So, what are you gonna do, Krill?
So Krill's actually going to follow this procession as far as the party goes. When he runs out of crowd to meld with, he's going to stop.
Okay. Because you see, what was that?
Sorry. He's mostly just moving on because he doesn't like this. It's a bad look. The boss could be in danger, and he doesn't like that. Is there anyone of her organization around them, or is it strictly the Ettercaps people?
Just her and the two Ettercaps.
Yeah, no, he's loyal minion going to be loyal. He's going to shadow them at a respectable distance.
Okay. And it wouldn't be too hard to find JJ, he's got a beacon reflecting off of his head.
Yeah.
I say that as a guy with a massive bald spot. I sympathize.
It's fine.
He uses them to send SOS signals.
Can Krill motion to catch JJ's attention?
Yeah, JJ.
He'll do a big he'll reach up over the crowd because he's taller than most of them, and do a come here motion with his hand.
He'll come over.
He's going to point out the procession. He goes, "The boss is moving with the fancy one. She's alone. Ain't none of our people with him."
Well, that's sure passing strange.
I don't like it. This all smells bad. I'm gonna follow him.
How about I do that, big guy? You're easy to spot.
I ain't gonna be far then.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't come, just let me get ahead.
He's just going to nod. It's not Krill is as disturbed as you've ever seen him, which is to say he doesn't really show it, but peeking out from the cloak is just the barest hint of the claw. He's just priming it to just clamp it on someone. So you can tell that
as we're trying to glide through the crowd, it's yeah, I never can be too sure with them wizard types.
Boss didn't look too happy.
JJ. Don't forget what you have in your pocket.
Yeah.
Krill, did you say that you think they're transporting the cargo?
I mean, he pointed out he would have said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, he would say that. blinked.
Yeah, in that case, he reaches into his pocket, pulls out the compass, flips it open.
And it's pointing off to the direction of the steps heading towards the upper terrace.
You know, for a bunch of people who are in a hurry to get away, they're going the wrong way from the docks. Claps the compass shut.
I don't like that being in town.
No, that's bad luck.
I would have said that by this point it is a bit later in the day. Yeah, you've been having a good time at this festival for hours, and you arrived in the afternoon. So it's not evening yet, but the sun's getting closer to sunset.
Yeah.
Getting closer to the fireworks festival.
Yeah, just my fucking luck. Alright, come on, Clamps.
Nas is going to shadow him like a good 10 feet or so behind.
And Erdrin,
Yes,
you're a ranger, yeah?
I am.
What's that passive like?
My passive is 22.
So you,
Fucking hell.
you see Krill and JJ singly and talk as they go following. Well, you didn't see I don't know if you saw the cart going by, but yeah, you start seeing them go off rather intently. So you can act on that as you will. But Grund. So Grund.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So you went to the orphanage, purchased, some body parts and such, stuffed them into. You know what? I'm just gonna say you have a bag of holding for this purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
A crusty bag of holding.
Eh,
I hate the word crusty when it refers to fabric and stuff.
It's
Let's
never
hear
a good reason for fabric to be crusty.
Nope. So, yeah, Kloop is happy. He's gnawing on a bone, trying to get at the marrow inside. As you are standing out on the streets, and then he kind of pauses, sniffs at the air, and then the impropriety of this, but it's like he forgets as he nudges you with his elbow. Is that the crate? As he points, as you see the wagon being carted off, as you recognize the enter caps off in the distance, as you also recognize Miss Herno walking alongside them.
May very well be.
And you would then see, as you're watching them part, then you would see JJ and Krill kind of passing by. You can join them if you wish,
I don't know if you would
because they seem to be intent on following.
I don't know if you would see Erdrin, but he is following at a distance.
Yeah, but we're in a crowd, and you're kind of short.
Yeah, exactly why that no one sees them.
Also, I'm a ranger.
Yeah, there's just occasionally you'll see a iridescent flash in between the people, just from the armor and wilbur.
Kita tries to keep an eye on that whole situation, even as she's headed to the hospital.
Yeah, you would have lost sight once you turned around and started heading towards the hospital.
Okay, would I have seen JJ before?
I think you might have paused and glanced back. Yeah, I would say you paused and glanced back and saw Krill talking with JJ before they both departed in the direction.
Let me check how this works. Okay, JJ. You hear a voice in your head now. You can. Yeah, it's obviously.
There's
damn it.
flies in
It's obviously Kita, and she says, oh, excuse me, stuff's looking kind of suspicious over there. Y'all all right?
We're looking into it, Toothsome.
Well, I'm still near if you want to, you know.
Do
If not,
do what you think is
I'm
right.
gonna be in.
Just following in my intuition.
Fuck. She looks between them and the hospital. Is there someone from like the hospital that she is like within arm's reach?
Not within arm's reach, but yeah, there's someone not far. You know, like they've got their hood down. It looks like they might have just like got off of shift.
Okay.
They're like talking to some other people. It looks like another group of people like heading to the festivities.
Oh God,
Yeah, it's like
fine.
someone still has their scrubs on from working at a hospital. You know.
Yeah.
Blood,
I'm trying to find I'm trying to find my brother's name.
Himaz.
What is it?
Himaz. No.
I where we wrote that down. Oh, yeah, see where I wrote that down so I can,
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
put it in the range.
Yeah. Hey.
Hmm.
She, waves over at the
Yeah, it's a human fellow.
Gerudo,
looks over.
human. Hey,
Does-
tell Dr. Hamaz his sister's back in town.
Oh. Okay, next time I see him, sure, yeah.
No, do it. No, do it. Go do it. I'll give you. I'll pay you for it. I'll be back later.
And there's a brief haggling, and you pay this guy way too much to go back. He's like, I just got off work, and you're making me go back to talk to. All right, 15 gold.
I
And you're
got
just
something
like,
going
fine.
on. Fine. 50 gold.
Yeah. He's like 15, but he's just like, yeah, all right. And he's like, all right, fine. And he turns around, and he's like telling his friends, like, oh, I'll catch up. Got beer money now. And he's like, goes off.
Yeah, then she'll hurry to catch up with whatever's going on over there.
Yeah. Urgent, you notice Kita is starting to follow. Grund, are you following as well?
I sigh and reluctantly do so.
You don't
So-
know. you
Yeah,
don't yet know
Kita-
that we're all doing it too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, Urgent, I was just going to say, Kita and Grund, you don't really notice each other at first because it's still pretty crowded. And, heading towards the grand steps, those are always busy. But, the big steps in between the levels. But Urgent, you're the one who notices. It's like, oh, we all got suspicious and are now following, huh?
This is giving me a real bad feeling. He's gonna hurry and catch up with Kita and just kind of pop up on her
Okay.
beside you and go, you don't like that feeling either, huh?
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Hi, Urgent.
Yeah, hi. You notice that
yeah.
shit too?
Sorry, this is what I
Yeah,
imagined as Urgent shows up.
Exactly what happened. That is what I was thinking.
Yeah. That is Keith's reaction.
Because you don't expect
yeah,
such a shiny person to be so stealthy.
Yeah. How did you?
Wilbur
Anyway,
attached to his back just waggles his antennas.
Shouldn't they be taking that shit
Yeah. The
somewhere else? Not up?
like away from here,
Don't like that.
right? No, it's got me. I don't know.
Yeah, your friends don't like it either.
Hey,
Look,
Jay, said
everybody.
that-
He's gonna point out everybody that he's seen so far.
Yeah, Kita, to your
No.
annoyance, you see Grund and Kloop.
Yeah, I like Kloop. Well, to be fair, only JJ I'd really call friend, and Krill. I mean, it's hard to know where you stand with Krill.
Spoken
Well, it's
like
either very easy or very hard. But at least trust him.
I mean,
What is that, Raven?
listen, you've spoken like 2 sentences with him. Totally.
Yeah. The trust is because, oh yeah, if he doesn't like you, he'll just cut your head off with his claw.
even,
Hydraulic press it.
JJ's the closest one I'd call a friend.
well, I mean, you know what I meant. But even like he's gonna point out the wizard and go, even that, yeah, even he's like looks nervous. And I don't think he would be nervous about anything. I don't like it when wizards are nervous.
Yeah, especially one who he got a good look at that. He got the best look at that thing.
Oh darn! I don't have it loaded. I have a map that I'm saving for a possible like festival time for Brian and Tide. I wasn't going to use it for this one, but I was trying to see if I had it uploaded. But I don't. Sorry. Continue.
You're fine.
So
He also got the best look at that thing.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is a bad situation that we find ourselves in. And since I had a hand in bringing that goddamn thing into town, I'm gonna follow it.
I just got a bad feeling about this. I don't know.
Yep.
I'm not really like all moral and stuff like most folk. I just, do what I can to get by, but I don't know, this feels wrong.
Two of you chat a bit as you follow JJ and Krill, who are following the cart. Grun trailing as well with Kloop.
You will follow me. I will follow him. He will follow you.
So you head up into the upper terrace, celebration, past left behind, but there's still, an air of festivity. People are, it's infectious through the city, especially on like the main thoroughfare like this. As you go up, they kind of turn and you have to, JJ, your passive perception is high enough. I see now that when you get to the top and start following them and the crowds thin out a bit, you realize that you have some stragglers, you and Krill do. As you realize that you're being followed by a necromancer, a ranger, and a sorcerer. And a ghoul.
Real discreet.
But because they are following you, so they are further back, you and JJ, you are JJ, you and Krill, stealth checks to try to be discreet.
Oh boy! I love stealth checks!
Jesus Christ.
Okay, thankfully JJ kind of compensated.
Yeah.
There's a moment where Krill, you're just kind of like, you're a little too focused, and JJ has to like pull you behind like a fruit stand or something when Vithonos turns around and almost catches you. But thanks to his keen eye and natural stealthiness, you're able to avoid being spotted as they start going through more narrower streets. Not like taking the back alleys or anything, but heading off to somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The upper terrace is more like administration. It's where the there's the Grand Axis Temple. There's the capital ziggurat where the governor lives and rules from. With the capital ziggurat is also where like the forum convenes when there's like the other city states and their representatives or their leaders come to discuss things. But right now it'd probably be empty. Besides like clerical staff, not like clerics, but clerical. But other than that, it's it's mostly like the upper terrace is kind of like upper bossing. Say it's the rich area.
Yeah.
It's not saying that the bottom terrace, which is ground floor, not saying that's a bad part because that's the docks. It's just there's not like a stratification of class in between them. It's just
Yeah.
top of the terrace just happens to be because it's where all the politicians and stuff live. That's where the rich people live.
Mhm.
But other than that, they seem to be heading off to an area that might be a little more. Actually, it's a kind of like an isolated area where it like in between some buildings, you see them turn down an alley, like a little thoroughfare. Not quite like dingy alley, but just like a path between these two buildings. So you can stop there, but as you realize that inside this probably there's like a lot in you realize it's like an empty space in between buildings.
Hmm.
Not like you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
they're apart from prying eyes it seems, and you're like, that's weird. Why the fuck would they take something like that there?
Yeah. Hey, Clamps, you might need to hang back a little bit, or he looks up. Like, what's the roof line like here?
2 or 3 stories, stone and plaster.
Uh,
You posted an Assassin's Creed thing. Yeah, it's kind of like a high fantasy version of Assassin's Creed 1. That kind of look for it.
Mm-hmm. All right. It's like, I think I'm gonna get a bird's eye view of this.
Krill's going to nod, and then he's going. How sturdy these buildings look, by the way?
Pretty sturdy.
Right. He's going to leap up his 30 feet, basically catch the ridge of the building, and just like at the height of the arc. And he's just going to pull himself over, like before the like right at the height, so his full weight's not crashing down on the.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly well done. But
Yeah,
he's just
JJ,
gonna-
you always forget he can do that.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's because then I can drop on them as a giant, like nearly 600-pound crab. Surprise, Chuckle Fox.
He'll scramble
Crunch.
up there.
He is going to hang back, but he is still also going to keep the high ground as well.
So, Urgent, you come around a corner and see JJ scrambling up the side, and Krill just flea jumps.
That's actually a good idea.
That. Oh yeah, you know it is.
Oh yeah, by this point, Grund.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably be about this point, Grund, you realize that you are now rejoining Kita and Urdrin, as it seems you're all following JJ and Krill. So-
Watch Urdrin look around to see if there's anybody that is gonna notice him, and then he's going to follow them up on the rooftops.
Is that to resist Finger of Deathing?
That is to resist leaving immediately.
So did you pass or fail?
I passed. Unfortunately, I'm staying with you.
Like your greater wisdom went out and was like, I'm leaving these idiots to their deaths.
So the two of you up on the rooftop.
Which two? Okay.
Reindeer fall.
JJ and Krill, you get up to the roof. JJ, you're just like, keep forgetting he does that. But going over the rooftop, there's no one up top. Pretty empty. You look off to where like the sun is setting closer to the horizon. Actually, like probably less than an hour until night falls. But you look out and both of you see like a few more, another small salvo of fireworks go off. You can hear the distant sound of the music from the lower terrace and people the distant shatter. But here you look over and we'll just do another stealth check, both of you.
Oh boy!
Can I just give him advantage?
I already get advantage.
Oh,
Is that a natural 20? No, that's a 19.
yeah, close.
Fuck.
Oh,
That's a
Krill.
19.
Thank you, Krill.
We had the exact same roll.
I mean, look, he's not bad at stealth. I'm just rolling pants.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, tell me about it, Mr. 32.
Well, that's the funny thing. Like, whenever I started rolling initiative just on test runs, it's like, okay, even though you have an absurd bonus, you keep rolling 5s.
It's just initiative.
At that point, it was just like, what do you like this? Like, statistically, this is unlikely.
It's just fucking initiative.
The two of you creep down, hunker down, creep up to the edge. As you look down into this, looks to be probably intended to be like a courtyard for whatever these buildings are. But for the most part, it looks like it's been left to overgrow. There's like a few planters where the weeds have overgrown, and just seems to be like a little forgotten corner. As the wagon is there, the tarp's pulled off, and you see the metal shell that Krill and Kloop had made is gone and is now just the normal crate with the chains.
Just need to box it.
And the tarp is gone. You see the Ettercap warrior pull the tarp away. As Lithilna and the matriarchs step up to meet with, you see a trio of figures as they kind of step out of it's still shadowed in here because, sun's going down, so it's pretty dark down there. JJ, your human eyes have a little bit of issue seeing in the dark. You have a better view, Krill, being a Karkanos. Are you used to... you evolved to see through the dark ocean. So you can see, although there actually would be some light as stepping out from like one of the buildings. You see a trio of figures, two of them humanoid and mostly in form. Well, the third one is a Haruto figure, it looks like. But the other one, you see what looks to be a human dressed in possibly sailing attire, like a captain. Krill, you try not to be judgment, make assumptions, but that guy certainly looks like a pirate. Though there's something odd about him where he it's like, even with your dark vision, the darkness seems to be like clinging to him in this strange way. But it is the third figure that draws your attention, JJ, and yours too, Krill, because they're the one holding a light source. As you see a green dragonborn standing there, fairly tall, wings kind of folded against their back. One of the few dragonborn you've seen that seem to have natural wings. But in their hand, they hold a device, a lantern, made of black metal, wrapped around a large chunk of glowing amber that seems to have inside it several shapes that you can't really quite make out from this distance, but it doesn't look like a pure chunk of it. Do perception checks, please, to see if you can hear their conversation.
Okay. And I want to
So
see
19.
Can Krill prepare to do something? Like,
sure, what's
essentially a reaction, basically. Oh, funny. It's basically, if things start to go south, he wants to leap down and interpose himself between the boss and everyone else.
Okay.
It's just like if things start to go bad, that is like JJ, you probably notice that he's tensing up the leg muscles, the claws coming open, and he's just primed and ready.
And you see, both of you would be able to hear this as they're keeping their voices low, but being at the top of this shape, this area kind of echoes just enough for you to hear them. As Vithilma goes, Syndicate came through. They finally showed up and brought it to us. Worried that they weren't going to be able to pull it off, but there's a reason. Those two are my best men. And the Addercat nods. The Matriarch goes, did not appreciate the looks some of them gave me, but they'll learn better than to look down at, look upon their betters like that. And the Haruto kind of slithers forward. Who cares about this posturing? Are we ready? And they kind of look around, and the matriarch clacks her fangs together. She goes, yes, the devices are constructed. We just require the final pieces. As she gestures to the crate. And the Dragonborn nods and goes, excellent. Once you and your necromancers have taken what you need from them, I will take the rest of it to its final place. My friends, it has been years in the making, and we are finally at it, at the eve of our victory. And the fellow dressed as a captain kind of scoffs and goes, don't think it's going to be that easy, my friend. There are people that will take offense to this. Powerful people. And the Dragonborn turns and their like lips curl. They're like, isn't that what you hoped for? And this fellow, he's wearing like a tricorn hat. Tips his head up to meet the look of the not much taller, but the taller Dragonborn. And JJ and Krill, this man is not alive. You see the face of the gaunt, shriveled face of an undead person, of a human. Look up, nose gone, but the eyes burn with like a searing blue light that you've never seen before. And when he talks, the same light kind of wisps out like mist from his lips, and he goes, I doubt we'll be the bait big enough, but if we can land even one of his toys, I will be happy. And there's like the Haruto goes, we waste so much time. I'm going to move when the sun falls. I expect you all to be ready when it happens. And you watch this figure dissipate into a mist and slip into what you realize is like a sewer grate on the ground. And the pirate captain, this undead pirate, nods and goes, my ship is ready to surface when it's time to strike. And they step back, and it's almost like watching someone fall into like a pool of water that seems to open up beneath his feet and swallow him, and he is gone. And during this time, you realize that several other Ettercaps emerged from the buildings around and showed up and began cracking open the crate. The chains fall. This music is too cheerful for this, but I don't have time to look for it. Something else. You know, actually,
You could always cut it off.
we'll go for this. As you see these Ettercaps come out, several other warriors armored like the bodyguard of the matriarchs, but also a pair of other what look to be smaller Ettercaps compared to the matriarchs and the warriors. As you realize, JJ and Krill, those are probably males as they are going around wearing robes and actually with looks to be sorceress staves and such. Arcane focuses. As they go up and taking what looks to be like ice picks and chisels that are of the strange metal that even in the darkness of that thing seem to absorb the light around them as they chip and start cracking off chunks of this ice from this large block.
What the fuck?
And they start like handing them off into like putting them into like small little like metal boxes each and like portioning them out.
Okay, what you got?
And the
Let's start with
Dragonborn.
this.
Sorry, what was it?
Yeah, he's just mumbling to Krill. It's like,
Okay, we're stepping in. We gotta stop this.
Oh dang, it's raining. Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't tell if it was like my ambience. I was like, wait a minute. That's not the ambience. It's actually raining. Yay. Sorry.
It's fine. He just turns and tilts his head in a questioning manner. Like, what do you want? How do you want to do this?
yeah, he's looking down. The only two that are honchos that are left are our own boss and the Ettercap matriarch.
And the Dragonborn. He's still
And the
standing there with the
Dragonborn.
lantern.
Can I roll something to see how the boss is feeling about all this?
Go ahead, roll an insight.
Yeah, I have crap insight, but I'm gonna try because Krill's.
You know what? You would have
Yeah.
advantage because you've known her for decades at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
do it
thank
as
you.
well.
Because he wants to know, like, is she in, like,
Holy
100%
shit!
on this?
Whoa!
Alright.
All right.
Krill?
What's happening?
So,
That's
Krill.
a heaven or heaven roll.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Krill, you feel betrayed.
No.
This feels like your boss is like trying to take advantage of you. What do you mean we were just, it's like she calls you her best man, but everything else about it has just been so dismissive. And it's like complete flip from her act when she was with you talking to the Ettercaps in her office. Almost like, you're like, was she trying to play me for a fucking fool? JJ?
Okay.
You're not sure if that's your boss.
I was
Yeah.
actually.
You're like-
I was wondering.
Yeah,
You think that it's like that's like one of the best copies you've ever heard, but suddenly like she would, you've known her almost as long as Krill, but
I'm a people
she would-
person.
yeah, she would never go out in public like this, going with people to transport contraband. That was such a big thing. And especially recently with recent tensions, that was one of the big things Krill was like, why is she going out in public without one of us there to protect her? Because there has been a lot of tensions recently between
Yeah, I
the
didn't voice it earlier,
factions.
but like I'm sure the boss is nervous that the Navy has come home.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
me the player, thought that this may not be the boss. Krill, the person, just thought she was being pressured.
Yeah, like feeling the tension in Krill is like, that's not her.
Fucking, like this, just he tenses up more, just like eyes narrowing down. He goes, "This thing knows where she is." It's just like if you stomp her, or stomp him, he's going right for the.
Yeah.
stuff.
Alright. He's just gonna.
Before they jump down,
Yeah, can
Yeah, what are you guys
you do
doing
get
down
them
there?
to. Well, we're not down there because I slithered up the wall.
and I can hop up there.
Make both of you then make stealth checks.
Okay,
I mean, we did it a ways back, so.
But still.
still makes
You're
sense.
getting closer. yeah.
Are you gonna give us away?
I might, 'cause, I mean, I'm not.
Accept the consequences of your actions.
I am decent at. Oh no!
Okay,
What the
I'm
fuck,
gonna say-
Dice?
you start
Oh.
going up. So here's the fun thing about how Haruto work when they climb. they're able to climb because they have a suction cup on the end of their tail. And
Yeah.
you start going up, and it's no problem. You've climbed plenty of buildings. It's one of the annoying things you like to do. You and your brother, it was one of the things you like to do to annoy your parents and other things is like, where can we climb and hang down from this today? But Urgent, you're like hopping up from like balcony to balcony going up. When you realize, no, don't go there, don't go there. As you realize she climbs up onto this piece of glass, and the suction cup latches onto the glass, and as she like uses that to support herself to push, like reach up with her arms, you see that the glass isn't, the frame isn't securely fashioned as this might have been like an older area, and there's a little bit of crumbling around the plaster or the frame. As it starts to go, because you rolled the natural 20, Erdrin, and it's such an amazing roll, I will give you a chance to try to catch Kita as she falls stuck to this piece of glass.
Okay.
So I want you to make a acrobatics.
I'm not real good at those, but yeah.
Okay.
I can
Kita, do a dex.
I can always have. I mean, I already rolled, but I could say that.
Oh yeah, did you
Wilbur
want
is
Wilbur to help
helping
because
me.
he's on your back?
Yeah.
He's like jetpacking. Yeah, so that would be a 19. That will definitely help. Kita, roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Okay.
Bad.
You manage to keep hold of the
Whoa.
glass. So you're like,
my
uh-oh,
God.
as you feel yourself start falling backwards, but then Urgent is able to swing down, zipping over, as you see Wilbur on her back, or his back, flap, wings buzzing, carrying him as you're hovering in the air, and he lifts you up and puts you down onto a thing, and you're able to put the glass down. Thankfully, because you rolled the good saving throw, and that was a good acrobatics, you didn't drop the glass and learn everything around you.
Oh my god.
Fucking cartoon ass shenanigans in the background.
Yeah.
Erdrin just kind of looks at you and goes, I'm too young for a fucking heart attack.
If you
Wait,
if you didn't roll a natural 20, there wouldn't have been a chance for recovery. Because it was a natural 1 versus a natural 20, I had to give a chance.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, Brian, you're just standing down there as you watch them do this.
And I'm too young to get stabbed in an alley. Look over to JJ. This is I think before they
Yeah,
jump
JJ.
before they jump down.
Yeah,
You
JJ,
hear in your head, JJ. Oh
you
yeah,
look,
yeah.
you heard like a slight commotion because you have a very good passive, and you look over and see Erdrin, but flying with Wilbur attached to his back, holding Kita, who is holding a glass of, a pane of glass with a suction cup.
You can't
And
see
then
his face.
get lowered to the roof.
Can't see his face because he has put his helmet back on, but you can tell that he's just thinking, what the fuck?
And you get a psychic message in your head. Okay, before anything else goes wrong, what's happening?
Krill, what were you doing? Or JJ
Well-
as... Yeah, what are
He
you
already
doing?
patted Krill to the go ahead. We're putting a stop to this.
He was already given the go button, so like Krill has blocked out like all stimulus. He's focusing directly on the doppelganger, whatever, just doppelganger for short, and he.
That's probably what it is. Oh no!
Oh fucking hell! Then he's
Alright.
going to he's basically just ignoring all this, and he'd be going into a leap and just going directly at her, claw open, and just trying to grab.
Okay. So go ahead and make an attack. Hold on, I need to make a roll. See if this. You rolled decently on your stealth, but
It was a 19
she
or
has
something.
a decent perception. Let me see.
Look, if she doesn't hear the whistling wind of a crab hurtling at Mach 5,
Well, it's hear it in time to react is kind of the thing.
no, I get you.
Let's see, hold on.
On second thought, maybe encouraging you to jump in while we're vastly outnumbered was a bad idea, but,
You say, you've probably never seen Krill, like, emotionally compromised. He is now.
Okay, so she does not seem to see you at the moment as you go plummeting down. But as you do, the Dragonborn's head snaps up because they actually rolled pretty well.
Fair.
So, but you do seem to have a surprise on your boss.
May I get the clamp?
Okay, go ahead and roll for an
Advantage
attack.
as a surprise round, correct?
Yep.
Alright, I'm just being clear. Clippity clamp.
Naughty bosses get the clamp.
Jeez. Yeah, that hits.
Good. She is now grappled.
Okay. Oh.
Slug. He lands with just a
Okay,
loud,
actually,
sorry.
it wouldn't have been an advantage because she would have noticed you, but 28 still enough to hit.
Yeah. You get a disadvantage. I'm feeling confident on the 25.
Yeah.
So he basically lands with a loud cracking thud. Is like the fucking Pebble Street just fractures a bit under his weight, and just like almost in one fluid motion as he lands, his claw swoops her up, and he lifts her high above his head, like looking directly in her eyes as he just begins to squeeze, and just it's just 3 words: "Where is the boss?"
Krill, as you see the Ettercaps that are there and this Dragonborn, the Ettercaps kind of react in surprise. Their perceptions were kind of shit, I'll be honest, because they were focused on harvesting the ice.
Yep.
But the Dragonborn just kind of stands there. They don't really seem to react other than like, oh, what's this now when you came jumping down, but are now just kind of watching silently as Vithilna is just like coughs and there's like a bit of blood spit up from her lips, and she's like, "You're killing me."
No,
Really?
you don't act like the boss. You just, may I make another attack?
Yeah.
At advantage, because I am now grappling.
Oh, dang.
I think it might be a faceless stalker.
We're going to learn.
Oh, dang.
We're gonna learn today.
Again, just click, click. The very loud click as the claw.
And
closing.
she very believably like grunts in pain as there is a crack of bones during a few ribs go.
Just again, just where is the boss? Just louder. He's ignoring the Ettercaps, the Dragonborn. They don't fucking matter right now. She's held high against the waning sunlight. If there's any left, just just eyes buried into her own. Just simple question.
And Grund, you hear this commotion, so you can move to the alleyway to look inside if you want. The rest of you up on the rooftop are watching this as well.
I'm gonna get up to JJ and go, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Why is he killing your boss?
Weird shit's going on.
And when you ask her, where's the boss again, Krill, she just looks down at you with this look that you've never seen Vithilna have. It's scornful pity. Because she's always looked at you fondly, as a proud boss, and even sometimes, might even think that, she might even be like some motherly affection for for her people.
Parental
But-
figure, yeah.
Yeah, this look is just like, oh, you. If you had to put words to it, it's like, oh, you poor stupid child. As she just looks down at you again, blood leaking from her lips as she just grins down at you, and she goes, "You are holding her in your grip." As she says in an accent that is not her own,
Oh dear.
"Release us, and she may live a bit longer, Driller."
Oh,
hang
she's
on.
possessed.
Question. Considering he's known his boss for quite a while, would she want to stay possessed if there was a chance of getting free, or would she rather die? Just actually pauses squeezing for just a second.
You know what? Do
History?
an insight with advantage
Yeah, fuck yeah.
as you kind of think back on your history with her.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, you haven't really had
Wow.
late night discussions where you're at the bar and have late night discussions or anything
We've
like
been
that.
in
But over
Life
the
or death
years,
situations.
yeah, you've been her personal bodyguard more than once and helped save her. There was actually even a time where she was taken hostage by a rival syndicate, and they were trying to basically ransom the guild, the syndicate for everything for her safe return. But you're the one. You and JJ helped recover her. With some of the others, it was a nasty affair. But you remember her saying and telling you that the most important thing to her is freedom. She does not want to die a slave or a prisoner.
So, JJ, you will see something fucking wild. The mandibles on Krill's face contort into the only thing you know it as is a Karkanos smile. He has never so much as smirked as long as you've known him, and you just hear this wrong answer. Clamp.
Well then.
And he's just
Roll
going
for
to...
an attack. Or I mean, you damage her, I guess.
I gotta roll because I might hit something fun.
True.
And she didn't leave my grapple.
Dang, 29 again.
Oh,
Crits, it's teasing me. But
Yeah.
it's basically a new
I know.
round, so additional grip.
11 damage.
And
Do you go again?
Yep, second attack. Advantage. Yeet.
22
at least,
Oof,
at least
22 hits.
at least it's not teasing me with the crit.
Yeah,
That is the
consistent
worst.
damage. So
Yeah,
that's another
it's just-
20. You just did 20 damage each turn.
Yeah.
20 flat.
He's
Fuck.
consistent. He's consistent. He's not like a high damage dude. He's just consistent.
So what is
Yeah.
everybody? What are all the critters?
Yeah, what are
doing?
you all doing?
Well, I'm
Oh, yeah,
waiting.
but the others-
okay.
I'm waiting.
The
for
matriarchs, she steps back, as you see her bodyguard and some of the other Ettercap warriors step forward, taking a protective stance around her. And the Dragonborn is just watching this.
Okay. So with my blood magic expertise, can
Mhm.
I deduce what's going on with her?
You can roll an Arcana.
Is she? Okay.
Grund, are you close enough? Or did you approach? I know it's getting late. We're getting ready for a cliffhanger moment. But Grund, are you there?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the back.
You did peek into the alleyway.
Hey.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Okay. No. I have to have something. I have to have something.
Don't tell me to fuck off, you little asshole.
Not you. Shut up.
Well, Grund, I said earlier, you heard a commotion, so if you wanted, you could move in to peek around the corner if you wanted.
God, isn't there something with sorcerers to re-roll stuff?
There's something with hobbits. Are you playing a hobbit?
Oh, yeah. Because I always forget to use this with Vask, and it bugs me. It's something for your checks. Let me go see.
Oh,
A lot of meta magic.
Yeah.
It's not the Sorcerer's Restoration.
Quantum magic?
Oh wow, what? Huh? I can't find it. Might have been an old ability. They might have removed it because I do have that on Vask's character sheet where it's like you can spend it to try and re-roll a check.
I'm sorry, but you have to take that on the chin.
Yeah, so your mind is rushing. You can't really figure out what this could be because it could be any number of things. There's like the Gia spell. There's ghosts. There's parasites that can hijack a body. There's long distance mind control. There's possession. There's all kinds of things that could run. Demonic possession. There's all kinds of things that could override someone's will. And unfortunately, it's just one of those things.
I look at JJ. Is this crooked? We got to do. Is it time?
Friend.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Yes.
putting on the hell of a show.
Friend, you can
I'm
try
about to do
try an Arcana roll to see if you can deduce what's going on. Yeah, that tracks for a grunt. The way she's talking, she sounds like she is possessed. Something is controlling her body, and if Krill continues, he will kill her body without damaging what it is controlling her. You have had to deal with incorporeal possessions like this.
Fine, I guess I'll help. It's possession!
As the others, like the Dragonborn, turns to look at you, and the other caps, they shift to race up.
Focus is but the tool. You must dispel the creature within.
So I want to point out something, Mr. DM. I have a tool I have a thing that basically allows me to my melee attacks to deal magic damage if dealing with incorporeal creatures.
Except it is hiding within the body.
Okay. I was trying to be janky.
Okay,
Sorry.
No. I was actually looking that up and double checking because of that. I double checked.
Okay. I'm just trying to be janky.
Yeah, no.
With that
in
knowledge,
2014, that would have worked, but it's something they updated with possession rules in 2025 or 24.
That's interesting. Okay, sorry.
With that knowledge, would psychic attacks hit the possessor and not the possessed, since their brain is,
No, that would. I'll just say that would be a good way to hit what is in there, but it would also hit the host.
Shit.
But that is something that could target both. You would think.
Yeah, because
or at least that
I'm getting ready
without
to just
doing another roll for Arcana, you'd think that would probably be one of the ways you could do it.
Oh man.
But
okay, well, you get whatever's in her out of her. I'm going to fuck the rest of this.
Oh, so
I'm gonna try to dominate person then.
Hold on. I need to see how counterspell works.
You're gonna put 3 mines in this poor
You must make
head.
a Constitution saving throw.
Well, that's not great for either of us, I hope. I'm not dominating Nora. I'm trying to dominate the possessed.
Oh, that was you. I thought that was Nora casting the spell.
No.
Nope, I got mixed up.
No.
So yeah, you, Grund, make a con save. Basically a concentration check. You try to cast that as the Dragonborn looks to you and makes a quick gesture with their hand, and they go, "Enough of that."
Is that
as they dispel it.
Okay.
Yep, counterspell now works. And
You don't lose your spell though.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
creature.
Spell slot.
You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. The creature makes a con save. And on a failed throw, the spell dissipates with no effect, and the action, bonus action, or reaction used to cast it is wasted. If that spell was cast with a spell slot, the spell slot isn't expended.
That's weird. So every
So there-
caster now has to make Constitution like a major stat then.
Yep.
Not
Yeah.
Generally
necessarily
good-
a major stat because
It's a
not
good stat to
everything has
have for
counterspell.
concentration, anyways.
Yeah.
Counterspell doesn't come out nearly as often as people think it does.
Yeah. Hey, Sarah.
Oh
When
yeah,
he
counterspell is only
nullifies the
semantics.
spell-
So what?
When he turns off that spell, I'm gonna bite my finger to summon some blood, and I'm gonna cast Synaptic Static with
then-
Sanguine Substitution.
Okay. Down
I'm
below
gonna
because now that
I'm going.
I need
I'm
you
going
to make a
angle it
concentration check.
to...
As
is
you
there
see the
multiple casters
matriarchs.
down there?
You see the
Oh,
matriarchs
fucker!
lift up a hand and make a gesture.
Necromancer.
Oh,
So hold on, I need to make what? Oh yeah, it's against her spell save, which that's not going to make it.
does...
And now that you see that
Uh.
she's actually standing there. Oh, I can actually post what she looks like because it's not a spoiler.
So, does using Sanguine Substitution do anything? Do I just lose that HP?
Yep, you just take that point of damage.
God damn it!
It's just 1 point.
And so
Okay,
we're
no,
starting to
that's
get
not
into
like-
a
I'm
moment where we're going to need to do
Yeah,
initiative rolls, but we are pretty much at the end.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to try to keep things a little more, just a little constrained for a moment. But so
Do narrative
you
bullet
try to-
time.
yeah, I'm just, as I said, things are going to be a little on the rails this game. So, by the way, this is what the matriarchs and her bodyguard look like.
Let me see them.
Down in arts and models for the one shots.
Okay.
Yeah, the matriarch doesn't have a lantern on her right now, but she does have that staff with the strange red crystals coming out the back of the skull. But the Krill,
Yeah.
are you trying to kill Vithelna?
Has anyone told
you-
told him to do otherwise?
Yes.
You heard she's possessed.
Then
yeah.
Then instead of the immediate crush, he'll swing his claw down and just
Knock her
smash her
out.
against the ground. It
Okay.
is brutal, but it's much less brutal than being crushed.
Non-lethal damage.
Yeah, it is my
Okay,
my.
so it's your
explanation
it's your
on
pincher, but non-lethal. Go ahead
Yeah,
and roll for that.
right. Both attacks or just one attack?
Depends on if you want to do both attacks, because it's
Well,
technically your turn.
if I
Yeah, that hits.
and
Crunch.
I guess technically a new round. Yeah, it's fine.
Another 11 for
She's
the
still
first.
up?
If you roll a 9 for the second one, yeah, she's hurt, but she's up.
Okay.
Oh my
well,
god.
I'm gonna laugh if you. Okay, 23 hits because she's technically prone. Okay,
Oops.
it's not a 9, but close. And
It's
yeah,
one
she's still
damage.
there, and she looks up at you, and she's like, she is screaming at you not to do this. And then she looks to the Dragonborn, and she goes, "Are you going to do nothing about this? This body is still useful." And then the Dragonborn kind of does this sigh, and I need you to do a strength check with disadvantage. Real.
Alright. Strength check with disadvantage.
So use a bonus action for something.
12.
Okay, you're pushed back just 5 feet. as you feel like a brief telekinetic shove against you, slides you back 5 feet.
Neat.
And the
Still got her.
Dragonborn. Oh, yeah, that's right. I thought you slammed her on the ground.
No. Well, I
Still
didn't let
pinching,
go. It was a Hulk slam,
Okay.
not a push
Okay,
down.
right.
It was a smashing against the ground and lifting back up.
Okay, then he
That's
wouldn't
fine.
have done that.
I'm assuming he's going to try and knock me prone then.
You would go prone, but you're still holding onto her, and he
Well,
just looks to her. What's that?
I can say if he's going to do that, I'm going to activate. Hang on, real quickly. Ability check. Yep, I'm going to activate Tactical Mind. I'll pop that in chat. Burns a second wind, but I'll get basically a D10 added on to whatever I rolled.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Just a D10. Yes. Okay. 6. So that'd be 18.
Unfortunately, that fails.
Damn. Well, there's just like a moment of like a sudden burst of strength. He's pushing back, then suddenly just push down harder.
And yeah, they seem to they tilt their head at you, like impressive. Matriarchs, fall back. And the matriarchs, who was looking ready to cast something big up at the rooftops where the rest of you are, stops and turns to look and goes, "Yes, Lord Nidhogg," and turns and looks to the rest and goes, "We must go. Grab it." And taking what they can, or they take the bunches of the ice that they chipped away, and the matriarchs runs past you, Krill. Not past you to get attack of opportunity, but runs up next to you and looks at you, and she goes, "This isn't finished, salt drinker." And she is going to cast a spell, touching Vithelma's shoulder, and they're going to attempt to dimension door away. Actually, no. Yeah, they're going to attempt to disappear. So, unless anyone has a way to stop that, they are going. No, they are. Unless someone stops it, your claw, which has that tension of trying to crush something, but is suddenly gone as her and the matriarchs are gone as they teleport away.
He would lose grip if he's knocked prone. That's part of grappling now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, grappling fails if you're knocked prone, or ends specifically. That's why
I
got countered spelled. I don't think I can do anything.
Well, you still have your reaction, but
oh wait. Oh no, they're not leaving my combat range.
Yeah, I just want to see how this plays out. I'm not trying to stop it.
Yeah, no, I can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap things up because we're an hour past. I'm sorry, everybody.
Damn it! I keep forgetting I have this feat.
Oh, what feat?
Savage Attacker. Once per turn, I can reroll damage dice. It's passed. Doesn't matter. Moment's passed.
Okay, and I will just say she was hurt, but not death's door hurt.
Okay.
She should be dead from what she looks like. She's not frail, but she's still an older elf, rogue. She shouldn't be taking the hits you but
she got ragdolled by a fighter. Yeah.
Yeah. God, it really is just the puny god scene with Hulk just smashing her around.
But it's mine.
So if no one tries to stop them, the matriarchs and Vithelma disappear as they seem to teleport away, as do the rest of the the ettercaps, the taking what they can of the chipped away ice, and it's just the Dragonborn left, and they're standing there holding this strange lantern. Which, Grund, roll an Arcana check for me, please.
Okie doke.
And actually, Kita, because you're an arcane caster, you can as well. Although, dang, run to the library.
I'm a fucking wizard.
Okay, so you would both recognize it. This is a necrotic beacon.
Oh,
These are used. They're highly restricted and regulated within Kolozar, because you know what a necrotic beacon can do. They can lure undead from vast distances. Or, well, actually, no. A necrotic beacon, as they are now, they can be used to compel undead, mindless undead that within eyesight that see it, to follow it, just like in a stupefied state if they fail a save. This one, though, looks different. Most necrotic beacons that you have personally used and seen, Grund, they don't have the amber that they use is pure shadewood amber. That contains things within it. Without getting a closer inspection of it, there are things trapped within that amber, and it is giving off an aura that is more intense than other necrotic beacons that you've personally worked with. And the Dragonborn looks to you all. Misty steps over to the crate, the broken open block of ice. The crate's, torn apart around it, so it's just a block of ice. And they look to you and goes, hoping that the festival would have kept all of you distracted. Not that you can stop us anyways. As you see their skin melt away, as they drop the illusion, as standing before you, skeletal and fleshless, arcane light pulsing from within an empty ribcage, and their lantern changes, the metal becoming more complex as you see a twisted serpent-like worm coiling around their wrist and through it. As they grin at you, this rictus grin, as they place their hand on the ice, and they say, "Enjoy what time you have left. Soon we will all be working together." As they teleport away, bringing the ice with them. And this is who you saw.
It's Nido Hog.
Thank you, DZ, for providing that. And that's where we'll leave off. That's where we'll leave off tonight.
Okay.
As you are left alone in this little courtyard between buildings,